Good afternoon, everyone. As we are about to begin, please make yourselves comfortable. We have a few reminders to make before we begin today's program. First, I would like to seek your cooperation in completing this session and also to inform all of you that this session is recorded. And so, for our room etiquette, please remain on mute for the duration of the session unless you have a question or would like to participate. In 5 minutes, we will start the event. Thank you for your kind cooperation and attention. Para po sa mga kakapasok lamang sa ating Zoom, makikipalitan po ng inyong nickname ng school/organization and then ng inyo pong nickname. Thank you. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. It is our pleasure to be your moderator for today's session. Now, as your master of ceremonies, we would first like to introduce ourselves to you. I am Ian Nicole Beacon Lobo.
And I am Jaira P. Apelado. And on behalf of Google Developers Student Club's PPSTB, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedules to join us today. And we assure that today will not just be wonderful, but a day full of learning and new experiences.
And now, before we begin our event, we will play a short minute video. So, everyone, please pay close attention. We would also like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Murata and Expedite. Our vision for today's event would not have become reality without the huge commitment and active contribution from our sponsors. Now, let us all feel the presence of our Almighty God as we offer Him a song of praise.
Hide me now under your wings. Cover me within your mighty hand. When the oceans rise and thunders roar, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are king over the flood. I will be still and know you are God. When the oceans rise and thunders roar, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are king over the flood. I will be still and know you are God. When the oceans rise and thunders roar, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are king over the flood. I will be still and know you are God. I will be still and know you are God. I will be still and know you are God. I will be still and know you are God. I will be still and know you are God.
And now, may we request every one of you to rise, execute a salute by placing right palm over the left chest for our national anthem.
Bayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, elas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa mandulupin, di ka pasisitil, sa gagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong panggaw, ay hinagang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay di magtitindig. Lumalang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Now, let's review today's agenda. We will begin the event with opening remarks by our very own Google Developer Student Club's PUP STB advisor, Professor Ruth R. Oclida, followed by Solution Design 1 Design Sprint, then a video presentation co-presented with Murata. After that would be the Q&A session. Then we will proceed to Solution Design 2, which is UX and Product Design. Again, we will play a video presentation co-presented with Expedite. Following the video, we will have a question and answer period. We will now move on to Solution Design 3, which is Technical Architecture, followed by the video presentation co-presented with Murata and Expedite, and another Q&A session, and lastly would be the closing remarks.
Alright, before everything, kamusta naman ang lahat? Has everyone spent their health break well or yung iba walang health break? You can use the chat box to answer and participate. Ayan, pwede kayong mag-comment dito sa ating chat box. Sabi ni Roland, wala daw silang health break. Nako. Sabi naman ni Julia Avesta, finishing exams. Ayan, good luck sa lahat ng may exams. Sabi naman ni Charlotte na all may pahinga. Ayan, napakaswerte talaga ng mga nagkaroon ng health break. Sabi naman ni Shield Yamsay, wala man po.
Sabi naman ni Joshua, finals na. Ayan, sabi naman ni Larry Francis, rending sobrang lag na ng laptop ko. Sabi naman ni Mondrian, stress lang yan. Lahat naman tayo stress, di ba partner?
Yeah, tama ka dyan, partner.
And ayan, total, we are talking about health break naman. Dahil usong-uso ang lagnat at trangkaso, matanong kita partner, sumaba ba ang pakiramdam mo during health break?
Sama ng loob lang, Doc. Anyway, fortunately, hindi naman. Ikaw ba, partner? I heard na talaga nga naman nagkakaubusan ng Biogesic at paracetamol.
Unfortunately, isa nga ako sa nadapuan itong trangkaso, but I am still good now, ready na ulit sa klase. Kaya it is really important to take care of your body and health.
I agree, partner. We really have to drink lots of water, have a proper exercise, kahit simpleng walking or jogging, and syempre eat healthy foods pa din.
Yan, all right. To all our participants out there, mayroon na ba kayong idea about sa magiging event natin today? You can use the chat box to participate.
Ayan, comment
Ayan.
lang kayo.
Comment lang kayo guys kung ano yung mga naiisip nyong tatalakayan ng ating mga guest speaker. Yan, mukhang walang merong idea.
Okay, thank you naman sa lahat ng nag-respond kanina. Mukha namang excited kayo at talagang looking forward sa tatalakayin ng ating guest speaker. So to formally start the program, again, welcome to our event entitled 2022 Solution Challenge. For this event, we will be having a one-day bootcamp that will discuss about the design sprint, UX and product design and technical architecture. Kaya naman sigurado kami na siksik, liglig at umaapaw ang mga impormasyon na matututunan nyo today. Di ba, partner?
Yan, tama ka dyan, partner. Now, what would make their moods even better is to give them words to feed their souls and get themselves energized for our session for today. So let us call on the GDSC Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Rose Evangeline Belen, on behalf of the Google Developer Student Club's PSTB advisor, Professor Ruth R. Oclida, to give us the opening remarks. Let us give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes po.
Yes
Thank
po.
you. On behalf of our GDSCP UPSTV advisor, Professor Ruth R. Oclida, good afternoon to our guest speakers, Mr. Ryan Erickson Canlas, Mr. Benjo Vidal, and Ms. Athena Abe, and to all our participants and to the officers of Google Developer Student Club's PUP Santo Tomas branch. It is my pleasure and welcoming all of you to the second day of 2022 Solution Challenge, Info Session and Solution Design Day. This is a one-day bootcamp about design sprint, UX and project design, and technical architecture. We have invited eminent speakers who are master in their own field of specialization and who will impart their knowledge to all of you. The major topics that will be widely discussed are design sprint, in which we will learn to identify a user, learn to collaborate creatively, learn to interview users, and also UX and product design that will lecture about learning design principles, learning the UX design process, and learning to sketch wireframes. And also the technical architecture to discuss about modern tech design, how to define constraints, and to those appropriate tech. This is 5 hours of 3 different topics from 3 different speakers, which will fill you up of knowledgeable and lectures. The main objective of this bootcamp is to equip ourselves with the ever-changing technology and methodology to deliver and implement the expertise by means of solutions that can be beneficial for our day-to-day activities. In addition, we can provide the long-term implications for any business solutions that we can offer among our stakeholders and future clients. With We, the GDSC PUP Santo Tomas branch, appreciate your presence in this event. We hope that you will learn new methodologies and will enjoy this bootcamp. Thank you and keep safe.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rose Evangeline. Although Professor Ruth is not here with us today, we would like to thank you for that wonderful and welcoming message, Professor Ruth or Oklida, our very own GDSCPUPSTB advisor.
Ayan guys, unfortunately, hindi po makaka-attend ang ating unang guest speaker. So moving right along, we are down to the second part of our solution design, which is the UX and product design, where attendees will learn design principles, the UX design process, and learn to sketch wireframes. Allow me to recognize and acknowledge our stunning guest speaker for today. She is a content creator, mentor, and host. She talks about CSIT courses such as the fundamentals of web development, information security, database systems, and automation. Some of her experiences are technical community manager in education.ph, application analyst, IT support associate, and social media specialist in Filta. Now, let us all welcome Miss Athena Atcha Abe. Let us give her a round of applause.
Hi everyone, am I audible?
Yes po.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone and happy Friday. Thank you for that introduction, Jaira, and thank you for taking the time, guys, to attend today's session. So first, I'll be sharing my screen. All right, so let me know if you can see it.
Yes,
Yes
po.
po.
Okay, great. So today we're going to learn about UX and product design. So I'm already introduced, but here are other information about me. So my name is Athena, but you can call me Atcha. I am also the Angel Hack Ambassador, and I am a cat and coffee lover. So let me know, guys, if you also relate to it, if you're also a coffee and cat lover, because we're also going to talk about that later. Okay, hello everyone, and also hi to our Facebook Live viewers. Ayan. So details of our topic will be getting started first with identifying the difference of user experience and user interface, kasi diba commonly nakakalito, ano ba ang pinagkaiba ng user experience sa user interface? And after we have identified the difference of both, we'll be focusing more on the user experience, which is the UX design principles. So these principles are going to be your foundation. These processes will help you in your UX design journey. So followed by the UX design process, there are different processes in UX design. So if you're going to Google it, there are different methods, and I'm going to help you identify which process is the right one for you. And lastly, later, we'll be having a part where we can collaborate and sketch wireframes. Okay, so starting with the user experience. So a great example from Medium is creating a bowl of cereal. So in creating a product, it may be your application or a service that you're going to design that focuses more on the user's needs. So my apologies, my cousin is also at the background. So in here, that will be your overall product. And for your user experience and interface, so the user interface in this example is the spoon. So in UI, you will be able to design the type of spoon that the user will be using. Will it be a long spoon, a wide spoon, to identify how much the UI or the spoon will hold. So in this example, the cereal. And in here, you also have to consider a part of the product is the bowl, how wide, what shape it is, and when you combine it together, that comes in user experience. So let's have a clear example of the difference between user experience and user interface. So user experience focuses on not you, not the letter U as in you, but the user. So if you're the UX designer for the solution challenge, you should identify the user's needs. So you should observe it's the environment of the user, the behavior, reaction, and there comes in the features that you will be implementing to your design. So you identify where the user is, what are the user's motivations, reactions, and there you'll be able to identify the concept or the visual. So on the right side, the user interface focuses mainly on the aesthetics, the visual representation, how the product or the service or the application looks and feels, and also the ease of use. So the similarity of these two, UX and UI, are both in focuses on concepts and visual. So in order to differentiate both of them, UX focuses on the behavior, the patterns, while UI focuses on the design, the look and feel. So visual representation, tangible things. So in between, this is a great common example of identifying UI and UX. So I have a question for you guys. If you're ever going to buy, for example, a bottle of ketchup, which product will you be buying? Will it be on the example on the left side or the right side? So let's check the chat. Okay. If you're not going to focus on the examples on the right or the meme. Okay, so Julia says UX. Roy says UX. Jaira says UX. Let's see on our Facebook Live. How about our Facebook Live viewers? What do you think the product that you will be buying? So obviously, since you have seen the example that it's more convenient for the guy here to use the bottle of ketchup in the UX example, definitely you'll buy the bottle of ketchup with the lid at the bottom. But at first glance, right, it's common to see a bottle of ketchup with the lid at the top. But when it comes to the experience, how the user behaves, as you can see at the bottom, the the guy here is having a hard time using the bottle of ketchup which has the lid at the bottom. So those are the things that you have to consider when designing your product. It's not always about how it looks, but it focuses on how it is used. Okay. So moving on to the design principles. So we have here Disa Crano. She has 12 years, more than 12 years of experience as a senior product designer. And before we go to the nitty gritty of the design principles, so we have a lot of design principles, the basics that you'll be needing to know if you're going to be the UX designer for the challenge. She advises to focus mainly on three things in identifying the best UX design. So these are usefulness, usability, and desirability. Okay, so these three, so what are the differences of usefulness, usability, and desirability? So let's first identify. So I have mentioned I am a coffee lover, and in here she sent an example of two coffee cups. So when we talk about usefulness, it's obvious that these coffee cups are designed to hold coffee. So identifying both of the products, both one and two, can hold a cup of coffee. So before I move forward, let me ask you, what do you think? Which product has a good UX design? Is it one or two? Okay. Okay. So a lot of people are answering one, as the product one is a good UX design. So let's see. Okay, how about in our Facebook Live? We have viewers. Let us know, what do you think is the good UX design? Okay. So thank you guys for your active participation. Cindy says two. Charlotte says one. Okay, great. So we have one whose answer is two. Okay, let's see why which answers are correct. So next we're going to move on to usability. If you're going to observe, if I click here on product one, D here says that the product one, in terms of the usability, as you can see, only two of her fingers can fit on the holder of the cup. For example, the coffee is hot, so it's difficult to hold the hot cup of coffee with only two fingers. And if you're going to hold the body of the cup, you're going to get burned because it's hot. So those are the things that you have to consider in terms of usability. And with the product number two, you're going to see here that the cup design on product 2, there's air in between the cup, so it's insulated. So your coffee stays hot while your hand stays cold. So it doesn't have a holder, but it can help you hold the cup properly. And lastly is desirability. So of course, which is more aesthetically pleasing? Will it be one or two? So obviously, two is looks like a good design. So overall, after considering this top three, usefulness, usability, and desirability, what do you think? Which product has a good UX design? Okay, let's see. Two. Okay, a lot of people um, identified which product has a good UX. So those are the things that you need to take note: usefulness, usability, and desirability. So not in there are cases that if there's a holder in the cup, it's not usable. So that is an example of in a situation or an environment rather when the coffee is hot. So as I have mentioned, I am a cat and coffee lover. I have this live example here that what caught my attention of buying this cup is first of all it has a cat because I love cats, and inside I cannot show because I have a coffee inside, but it's blue. My favorite color is blue, and in here it has a big holder that I can fit, I think, three, which is okay. And I can also hold the cup. Why? Because I drink cold coffee. I don't drink hot coffee. So those are the things that you have to consider with user experience. It's not for you as a UX designer to assume what the user wants. You have to observe, you have to do research because not everyone likes to drink hot coffee. Ayan. Okay, moving on. So in the design principles, we will also encounter the design process later on. But a brief example here in the process is that there are different things that you have to consider. I understand it's definitely overwhelming as a beginner to identify where to start, where to begin, and what tools that you'll be using. So in here, I have here a diagram that later will explain about fidelity and about a wireframing. So first thing that you have to consider in the process is the type of tools that you'll be using. So in here, we have here the processes and the different tools that you'll be using. And the next is the design process, the design phase rather. So where you will start or begin. So it's not always about if you see it at the first part, that's where you will begin. So this depends on the existence of the product. If it's something that it has not been made yet, or it's something existing that you want to improve. So again, as I have mentioned, the goal of user experience is to identify the user's need. The goal is to improve the user's experience with your product or service. So you should not always assume, and what you need to do is to engage with the users. Ayan. So next design principle is hierarchy. So when we talk about hierarchy, it the the main uh, the main context of this is the navigation. So of course, when you're going to create, for example, a web application, is you need to have a homepage, and this is where in the hierarchy, this is how you organize your content. So starting with the homepage, we have here commonly in the navigation pane, our menu section, or what we call header, are the menus. So I have here an example. So this is actually our thesis right now is we created a web application, a career decision support system. And in here, in our hierarchy, we have here the primary, we have here about, blogs, FAQs, community help, and contact. So we identified what our target users are. So in this case, in this example, our users are senior high school students, and we want to help them make the right decision in choosing the right program in college for their career. So commonly, we will definitely have an about section, blogs for the top careers. So as you can see, there are secondary menus here, and frequently asked questions, community, for them to ask their inquiries or they want to share their experiences, a help here, and contact. Okay, so the primary hierarchy is the main sections. So below the second are the subcategories. Okay, so this is the design that I have made for our web application. So it's called EduGuide. So as you can see here, if you are for those, if you have senior high school students here, what do you think of the design? What are your first impressions? Okay, or if you are for the others too as well, even if you're not a senior high school student, what is your impression of this design? Okay, let's check the chat. Julia says serious and formal because of the blue color. Okay. And Ramon says easy to navigate. How about the others? So we are 128 here. So I'd love to hear from the other people as well. Jana says all texts are readable. Cindy says user friendly. How about the others? I'd also like to know if you think that this interface also has a similar design with other applications, if it's familiar. Okay, how about the others? Let's check. Do we have here on our Facebook Live? Okay, how about the others, guys? Okay, do we have more? What do you think? Julia says straight to the point functionality. Okay. Hindi ba mukha siyang website ng BDO? Ayan, yan yung, those are one of the feedback that we have received when we tested this application to our target users. As you have mentioned, it looks serious and formal. Yan, mukha daw siyang BDO design. So, it's important to always test or ask for feedback for the users, especially for the target. Ayan. Okay, so Jana says good choice of color for the theme of the website. So we're not going to focus on the colors because that focuses on the user interface. So thank you guys. So that is the home page. As you can see at the top, we have here our navigation menus, and later will describe each font size and later connecting it to user experience. Okay, so next is consistency. Whether or not you'll be creating an application, for example, you will create an application similar to Shopee. So you'll be able to identify the function, the type of function that the purpose of your product. So Shopee is an online selling platform, and in here, you want to get to have inspiration from that interface, from the design, but you have a different purpose. For example, you want to create a different selling platform for more specific. For example, you want to sell computer parts, for example. In here, consistency is an important principle in UX design, because in here, if you are familiar with the interface, on the left side is Facebook and on the right side is Twitter. It will have lesser cost for the creation of the product, for lesser learning cost, lesser users learning cost, if you're going to have this consistency and functionality. Meaning, if the user is going to look at this icon here, for you guys, when you look at this icon, what does this mean to you? Okay, let's check the chat. If you're going to look at the picture icon, Facebook, they're both social networking platforms, but of course, a post is different from a tweet, right? It has limitations. So below here, the other options. So Julia says upload photo. How about the others? Randall from our Facebook Live says add photo. John says upload photo or video. So you guys are definitely correct. So this is the thing that you will consider in UX design, is to have consistency, is to use the common functions or icons that will have the same interpretation for users, so that it will be more easier for them to navigate through. Okay, so next here is accessibility. So in the we have learned that in the fundamentals of web development, right? Accessibility is important and also included in web design. And with accessibility, we also have to consider our users with disabilities. So we have here a plugin in Figma. Later, I'll show later how Figma works. But in Figma, we have a plugin here called Able. So this is a free accessibility tool that can help you identify whether or not your colors or your text are in contrast with each other. And also here on the C color contrast guidelines, if you click this link, you will be directed to the W3C, because there we have web accessibility guidelines that we must follow, or we can follow for our product to be more accessible, if especially if you want to reach more users. So this is an example, and we also have here a preview if you want a normal vision, because not all colors can sa Tagalog, may mga kulay na masakit sa mata, di ba? Ayan. And we also have to consider that as well. And with accessibility, larger font, so later we'll talk about that. So next is context. As we have learned, user experience focuses mainly on the user's needs, how to improve something that is already existing. So again, context in here is the behavior, the patterns, the habits, how the user uses the app on a daily basis. Also have to consider the location where they are using it, the type of environment, and also their emotional state. If they are that type of person who is patient or impatient, especially if you're going to create a product or service that takes a lot of procedures in order to buy something or access something, or for example in register something. So also in here in this photo, in this example, you can see the context. It is definitely an experience, is definitely different from a mobile phone to the browser. So those are the things that you have to consider. Okay, and the usability. So when we talk about usability, there are, if you're going to observe, for example, Instagram. Before, right, Instagram, when you post a photo, the ad symbol is at the bottom. Now it is at the top right. And there are other applications or interfaces that has multiple functions, or more than one with the same function, for it to be easily navigational to the user. So for our application here, there are different types of login so it will be easy for the user to create an account or log in. So we have here two login functions here. And of course, simplicity. It will be definitely hard to have a lot of things on the screen. So this simplicity avoids clutter. It's definitely overwhelming nga naman, di ba, when you go to, for example, an informational site, a static website rather, that will only display information. And then if you're going to create your UX, there are a lot of articles and magkakatabi sila, masakit sa mata and magulo. Hindi mo alam kung saan ka magfo-focus. So in here, in this example, it's better to minimize, diba? Less is more. So this is a description of EduGuide. So it's a career decision tool helping you find the right program based on your strengths, interests, and skills. And then it's direct to the point at the bottom. It's our main function, which is for you to take the test. Okay. Let me know, guys, if you have any questions while I'm going. Okay, so next is typography. So typography is definitely powerful. One thing for you to remember when it comes to typography, aside from the design of the font, is typography means putting the human language into visual form. So it's clean and it's easy to look at when your fonts are simpler and clean. Ayan. So in here, it's an example. And also, if you're going to look at here, meron typo. Ayan. You know, so also make sure that your details are information and small details are correct. Ayan. And the next is interactivity. So in here, as same with the ease of use and usability, interactivity is how easy it is for the user to interact with your product, with your application. So if you're going to go to the contact, there are different options for the user to connect with the developers or the creators of the application. So they can connect with their social accounts, or if they want to be anonymous, they can send their feedback below via email. So those are the examples. And also, scenarios that you have to consider is to confirm. So to confirm before you commit. For example, if you're going to create a product that has delete features. So most times, 'di ba, tayo we accidentally click on the delete button. So most of the time, if you're going to observe, naka-highlight yung user experience dun sa no para hindi nila maklik yung yes. So that is an example of the user experience. Your goal is to remind the user that you have clicked this function. So are you sure you want to permanently delete these items or remove this item? Ayan. So ayan siya. Okay. Next is control. So for control, so our example here is we created a diagnostic test. So for example, a test, and in order to help the user identify and have control over it, over the design, is to highlight which options that they are choosing. So in here, ito, maganda pa to i-improve, but you can see here when you hover to the option, naka-highlight on where they are, on which option they are pointing at. And in here below is also controls, so they can reset the test, go back, and skip. You can also improve this by using minimalist icons, diba? When you go back, you can have a back button, icon rather, or skip yung arrows na dalawa. Okay. Okay, so I'll be going back then. I forgot to mention something. When you create a homepage, then in here you highlight your main message. So our main message here is decide your future. So that is the common things that you should observe when creating your design. So in here about, you highlight your main message. Okay. And the next is the design process. So we're almost at the end before we move on to the next part later of sketching the wireframe. So in design process, what you have to consider again is the needs and how we're going to improve the experience of the user. So in here, it's not a good practice to always assume what the user needs. So an example is in here, before when we talk to them, this is what they think the users need. But when they talk, when they engage, the important thing with UX is the engagement to the users. This is the result. They thought that the most important thing in the screen is about us, but they found out the most important part is the pricing. So it's really totally opposite to what they assume. Okay, so in the UX design process, it's not always a linear process. So as I have mentioned, there are different processes that you can see on the internet, which is their strategy, research, UX design, delivery, or testing. It's not always a linear process. So it depends on your current situation, if you're going to create something that is already existing. And of course, definitely you have to do research. You have to do engagement with the users. So there are like empathize, create, and test. So, and there are different sub processes that you have to consider. And going back, as I have mentioned, you have to identify first the tools in which current state you are from. And if and also the design phase. If you already have a sketch, of course, definitely your next step is the wireframe and then prototype and design. So you need to know first what you understand comparing to what you expect. And with that, in reality, the realistic UX design process, it goes back and forth. you may be already at the phase of prototyping since you already have an existing design for you to improve it. So for example, there are a lot of revisions. You have a client that you'll be creating a product for. So if in case there are a lot of you need to ideate more, you go back. So you need new ideas. For example, you need to engage more. So it's possible that you're at the test phase and you have to go back again to empathize in order to learn more about the users, because you are wasting time if you're going to only focus on your assumptions at the end. So sayang lang din, di ba? So it goes back and forth. Hindi siya linear process. Okay, but in order to make things simple, according to Dee, so our senior product designer, these are the 4 main processes that you can use. It's not a step-by-step process, but to make it simpler for you guys, first is to understanding, empathizing, engaging with your users in order for you to know what they really need. And next is ideating. Do research. So it's different. Iba pa rin yung role, may UX researcher din. But in this case, we're focusing on the design phase. So there's testing. So di ba, as an example, pinatest namin yung aming web application and naging ganun yung feedback namin. So we improved it. So yung pinakita ko sa inyo, version 2 na namin siya. So we improved it, pinalitan namin lahat ng navigation kasi hindi pala tama yung naging assumption namin. And ang naging feedback namin doon, nahirapan sila i-navigate, masyado daw maliit yung mga questions or mga options. So we improved it. And then comes creating. So from testing, bumalik kami sa creating, inulit namin. So that's how you identify which process or which state you are gonna start with in the design process. Ayan, so I'll stop here for now. So para mas ma-identify niyo pa yung design processes and of course technical architecture before we move on to wireframing. Ayan, so I'll see you again later, guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Athena. We were all pleased with your topic for UX and product design. Talagang madami kaming natutunan. Even non-tech student like me, I clearly understand what are the things to consider in user's need. Talagang maa-apply namin to in different field of study. Right, partner?
Yes, partner. Ako naman, I have recognized the differences between UX, user experience, and UI, user interface. So user experience daw implies environment, behavior, reaction, and features. On the other hand, user interface naman daw is identifying aesthetic, look, and ease of use.
And how about our participants? I'm sure a lot of you are taking down notes. Of course, lahat naman siguro ng participants natin were all students. So, maiba lang tayo. Ano ba ang best study tip nyo? Yan, sige nga, tignan natin. You can use the chat box para mag-participate.
Comment lang kayo, guys.
Ayan. Pwede ding mag-participate ang ating mga nasa FB Live.
Ayan.
Okay. Mukhang wala silang study
natutulog
tip.
pa ang ating mga
Paulit ng
daw
tanong. Ano po ang best study tip nyo? Ayan. Tignan natin.
Programming. Ayan, sabi ng ating GDSC, programming.
Best study tip.
Mukhang tulog pa ang mga participants natin.
Time management po, sabi ni Angel. Ikaw ba, partner, magaling ka ba sa time management?
Magaling lang tayong matulog, partner. Alam mo yan.
Okay, sabi naman ni Kevin, rest. Ayan, rest. The best. Dapat ayan ang inuuna sa lahat, syempre.
Yan, hindi activities. Look. Ayan, sabi naman ni John, read first and apply what you read. Ayan, yan naman talagang kailangan natin. Sabi ni Jana Marie, Pomodoro. Ayan, hindi ako familiar dyan. Ikaw ba, partner? Alam mo ba yan?
Yes, familiar ako. Ikakat siya 25 minutes, kada 25 minutes and then 10 minutes break. Then tutuloy ka uli sa iyong
Ayan.
pag-aaral.
Sabi ni Julia, practice your craft. Sabi naman ni Ferdinand, off Facebook at TikTok, malaking distraction yan. Yan, lalong-lalo na pag nagre-review tayo, talagang dapat i-off natin yan.
Okay, ang dami nagpa-participate.
Ayan, mukhang gising na sila, partner. Para
Power
sa
to
mga
power.
masasakit naman ng puwet, talon-talon muna kayo at hanggang bukas na tayo dito. Biro lang, baka gutom lang yan. Ikaw ba, partner? Ano ba mga favorite na merienda mo? Ang gustong-gusto mong kinakain para kahit papano, mabawasan yung pagod mo pag maghapong nakatutok sa gadgets?
Ako siguro chips and dark chocolate kasi nakaka-help daw yon to improve brain function, especially 'di ba kapag may bakbakang aral tayo. Ikaw ba, partner?
Ayan, may all-time fave shawarma at takoyaki lang, partner. Well, how about our participants naman? What's your favorite food pag di nyo gusto ang ulam or snacks na kinakain nyo? Yan, you can use the chat box to participate. Yung pag gulay yung ulam, magluluto kayo ng ibang ulam nyo. Ano-ano kaya yun? Yan, comment lang kayo.
Sabi ni Roland Chu shawarma.
Yan,
Yes,
pareho
sabi naman
kami.
ni Mary Ann. McDo. Usong-uso ngayon mga food panda. Napakadali na ngayon. Isang click na lang talagang.
Yan.
Ayan na yung food sa harap nyo.
Sabi naman ni
naman-
Lian. Sige, partner.
Sabi
Sabi
ni...
na-
Okay. Tinapay at kape. Okay, ikaw naman, partner.
Ayan, sabi ni Luis, alat. Ay, sige, ba't ka tumatawa? Ayan, ang dami nang nagko-comment. Meron ako nakikitang tinapay at kape. Talagang sa kasagsagan ng kainitan, tinapay at kape. Yan, pansit canton. Yan talagang food savior natin dahil affordable. Yan, may sumagot ng sama ng loob mo. Nako, yan din yung inuulam namin ni partner minsan.
Parehas tayo. Ayan.
Yan, ang dami talagang
Kape is life
nagko-comment,
po
partner.
kasi. Ang dami talagang talagang nabubuhay sa
Kape
kape.
is life po kasi.
Oo. Talagang power kung power ang ating mga participants. Hindi sila nauubusan ng comment. Di ba, partner?
Yan, tama ka dyan, partner. Hindi sila nauubusan ng mga suggestions. Now, if anyone has any questions, I'm sure Miss Athena Atcha Abe would be pleased to answer them. So our social media managers will provide the link in the comment section. Then you can submit your concerns and questions there. But for now, we will play a short minute video presentation co-presented with Murata bago namin basahin ang inyong mga concerns and questions. So for now, sit back and relax.
Leader in electronics innovation, Murata has turned ideas into reality for over 70 years. Today, our components, modules, and technologies are at the heart of the world's most cutting-edge products. From mobile phones to home appliances and to the cars we are driving. Akira Murata, a brilliant, hardworking scientist, founded the company in 1944, a challenging time in history. His vision, to enhance society through technology, has been realized throughout the decades and is still Murata's philosophy today, keeping us focused on research and development for tomorrow. You might not see us every day, but we are all around you, enabling your most trusted electronic devices from within, on your wrist, inside your smartphone, helping you at work, around your home, in your life, and throughout your world. Murata products enable new technologies to keep you in touch, drive and live safer, save energy, and help you keep things running a little more smoothly. And while our technologies work tirelessly, Murata people all over the world keep innovating to contribute to the advancement of a safer, healthier, and more efficient society. Murata, innovator in electronics. A global
for society, for the environment, for stakeholders, and for ourselves. We are working hard to resolve environmental and social issues. Action begins with you. Now, let's start our journey. Small, smaller, even smaller. Since our founding in 1944, Murata has applied proprietary electronics to address society's needs and to contribute to the advancement of society globally. During that time, at our plants, we have endeavored to reduce environmental impact and build community ties. Murata has always valued this approach of harmony with the environment and society while supplying our unique products. But during our recent rapid growth as a global company, our traditional approach has not performed well in some cases. Expanding plants has caused nuisances for community members, and we have produced more greenhouse gases and waste. Meanwhile, looking inward, we see problems in our daily operations, such as more work accidents, long working hours, and breaches of confidential information. Are these the inevitable results of business growth? Is there something we as individuals can do? Because Murata's growth has been accompanied by higher than ever expectations from the public, we sense a crisis exists, so we'd like you to think about something. Today, the focus is on economic growth, environmental conservation, and social issue resolution. Worldwide, the trend is toward innovations that will simultaneously do all three. The SDGs, or Sustainable Development Goals, are a good example. Adopted at a UN summit, they are global targets for 2030 to sustain the wealth of societies and protect the environment. To this end, there are ideas about changing our rules and markets, and companies have also been asked to cooperate in these efforts. In addition to how we use energy and acting with consideration for the local and global environments, we must join hands with and coexist in harmony with stakeholders, including customers, suppliers, and local communities. This may actually be much like the attitude we have always adopted in our daily work. However, the world wants even greater change and action from Murata. The world also wants our technology and expects innovations from Murata as a pioneer of our time. Murata is working hard to resolve environmental and social issues. We're asking each of our Murata employees, what can you do? Think beyond immediate needs and be open-minded. We should be able to find some hints for how Murata can grow sustainably and contribute to the advancement of society. Now, let's start our journey.
Okay, so before tayo mag-proceed sa susunod na talakayan at bago natin ipakilala ang ating huling guest speaker for today, maaari ko bang malaman ulit kung may idea na kayo sa kung anong itatakel ng ating guest speaker? You can use the chat box to participate.
Ayan. You can
Yan
use our
guys, you
chat
can use
box
our
kahit
chat box.
yung mga nasa FB Live na.
FB Live, i-check natin guys.
Mukhang wala pa silang idea, partner. Ito na lang. Ready na ba ulit lahat magsimula at matuto sa ating ipapakilalang guest speaker? Nandyan pa ba kayo? Isang heart react naman sa mga nandyan pa at isang like sign sa mga nagsasiesta na. I hope everyone is still kicking and alive because we are down to the third part of our session, which is the technical architecture, where everyone will learn the modern tech design, how to define constraints, and how to choose appropriate tech. Now, please allow me to introduce our third guest speaker for today. He joined United Nations Development Program with Ending Plastic Pollution Innovation, a winner of Challenge 2021. He is a first runner-up at the largest hackathon in the Philippines, Impact Hackathon 2019, finalist in several contests and hackathons, including UHack 2016 Union Bank, Hackathon Plastic Tree or Hack TCWRA 9710, Magna Carta for Women Hackathon 2014, as well as Reimaging Recycling 3 and more. He is also a founder at Trash Cash PH, a senior mobile developer at Bayad, and 8 years in mobile application development. Lastly, he is also an artist and graphic designer. Now, let us all welcome Mr. Benjo Vidal. Let us give him a round of applause.
Ayun, good afternoon everyone. Magandang tanghali po. By the way, can I have access doon sa host para makapag-share ako ng screen? Okay na? Ayun. Wait lang po . So, ayan, nakikita na po ba yung aking screen?
Yes po.
Okay. Can you tell me ano yung nasa screen nyo ngayon? Yung cover ba?
Opo, yung solution
po.
challenge.
Okay. Sige. Thank you. Ayan. So first of all, thank you so much, Google Developer Student, and especially for PUP Santo Tomas, and for inviting me here. It's an honor and also a great opportunity for me to share my knowledge and expertise on how to create a modern application. So shout out din pala dun sa mga nanonood sa atin sa Facebook Live. So magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. So ayun, my request lang po is please listen and collaborate as much as possible. Okay? So let's start. So yeah, I think I'll skip this na since sabi na sa introduction, no? So yeah, aside from this information, no, I'm also a founder in Trash Cash PH, which is an AI-based and data-driven application. Also a mobile developer in Bayad Center. So yung mga nagbabayad online dyan, download nyo na yung Bayad app. So, ayan. So, let's talk about the 17 sustainable goals. So, in 2015, 193 United Nations member states came together to commit to tackle the 17 ambitious goals, the sustainable Development Goals. So the goal aim to end poverty, ensure prosperity, and protect the planet. So for today's presentation, I will share how to design modern technology using Google products, identifying the constraints and also identifying the right technology for your solution. So para po doon sa mga mag-join ng solution challenge, no, I will also give example for each goal na pwede nyong magamit for ideations and kung ano yung mga technology na right for that specific solution and problem. So my question for now is, how can you help achieve the 17 SDG using the technology today? Anyone from the chat? May mga naiisip po ba kayong mga solution na? Ayan, mukhang wala pa, no? And yeah, that's okay naman. Siguro, ayan, wala pa daw, sabi ni Ferdinand. Sige, okay lang yan. Siguro after nitong talk, no, nung presentation, sana meron na kayong idea, no, na babaunin ninyo. Okay. So, ayan. So there's a lot of technology available that you can use to execute your solution. We have the Internet of Things, AI, machine learning, blockchains, big data, drones, AR and VR, and mobile apps. So sobrang dami na ng mga available technology na. So hindi na siya masyadong limited sa panahon natin ngayon na maggawa ng isang solution para sa mga problema natin sa society. So paano nga ba tayo mag-a-approach or paano yung tamang approach to solve those problems? So in this topic, since we are focusing on the Sustainable Development Goals, first you have to understand the problem. This step may require a high degree of analytical and thinking to understand the constraints, achievable targets, and alternative tactics and desired result. So for example, you have may problem, for example, sa climate. Ano nga ba yung mga dapat na solusyon para ma-solve yung specific problema na yon? So dapat ma-analyze siya, dapat malaman kung ano yung mga dapat nyong gawin at ano yung mga technology na pwede nyong gamitin para ma-solve yung problema na gusto nyong isolve. So after that, you can identify all the possible solutions during this stage. There's no need to be analytical, or strictly logical. The emphasis is on creativity and coming up with diverse idea relevant to solving the problem. This can be done individually or preferably with your members, yung mga ka-teammates nyo, to spark new ideas through interaction. So it's very important when you developing a solution, dapat nagko-collaborate kayo every time. Kasi kahit na sabihin natin mag-isa ka lang, ang ganda ng idea mo, pero mas maganda yung meron kang nakakasama at nakakatulong to execute that solution. Like ayun nga, yung sa intro ko kanina, I've joined several hackathons before. So most of them finalists, then yung iba nanalo. So napaka-importante yung nagko-collaborate talaga kayo sa isang paggawa ng solution kasi doon nyo mas naintindihan yung mga bagay-bagay at maaaring yung mga ka-team nyo, meron pa silang idea na para mas ma-improve pa yung solution na gagawin nyo. Okay? Then, for the SDG specific tech applications then, you also need to consider the feasibility or the technical feasibility. Simple lang, itanong niyo sa sarili niyo na, will this idea work? Does your team or your company have the processes, resources, and skills to make this product or service feasible? organization or for that specific problem. Maaring maganda, napakaganda ng idea, no? Pero hindi naman pala siya technically feasible kasi marami mga constraints. Maaring hindi pa available, no, yung technology for your solution. Mga ganon. So you have to analyze, check, and study kung ano yung mga solution na fit doon sa gagawin mong product. So another one is siguro to help you identify kung ano yung mga solutions, no, after nyo mag-analyze ng problem. You can create a decision matrix to allow you to evaluate and differentiate the ideas by placing them on a matrix according to clear set of criteria. And ayan. So for this one, I created an example here. You can create, for example, IoT with the combination of AI and big data and plus sensor. So you can produce smart metering. Internet of Things, AI plus blockchain. You can create intelligent monitoring, something like that. So you have to analyze and study all the angle ng gagawin yung solution. Then once na na-identify niyo na siya, you can apply it to your project na. Although no need naman to make it super yung tipong tapos na, you can focus on the MVP lang. Just like yung when I say MVP is most viable product, meaning to say minimum viable product, meaning to say nandun lang yung mga features, no, na importante. Hindi naman kailangan na super tapos na siya or working na siya talaga. At least nagwo-work yung solution ninyo. Then you can improve it naman soon along the way. Okay? So next is, so I'll give some example here. We have a problem, for example, in food waste, no? So I categorize it under responsible consumption and production. So that is SDG 12. No. So food waste ends up in landfill, and it decomposes anaerobically and releases methane emission. So we are over 7 billion people on this planet, of which 925 millions are starving. Yet we annually lose and waste 1.3 billion tons of food waste. Imagine ganun siya karami yung nasasayang, tapos ang dami ring nagugutom. So sobrang laking problema din. And hindi siya problema ng society lang, no? Problema rin siya environmentally. Kasi nga, ayun, nagre-release siya ng mga methane emissions. Yan. At nakaka-effect din, no, at napupuno yung mga landfills natin. So maraming way to solve this problem, no? Even hindi technical, pero sa tingin niya ano yung mga solution technically or using the technology na naisip niyo to solve this specific problem? Anyone? Yung mga makakasagot, magbibigay ako ng food waste. Mga dira-dira. Hindi, joke lang. Ayan, sabi ni Kurt, spreading awareness. Yeah, good. Yeah, that's good. Through an app, no, you can provide awareness dun sa mga tao. Yeah, joining advocacy. So, you can also do that. Aside from and maraming way to solve this. Ito yung mga naisip ko, no, na possible solutions. Ayun, proper waste disposal sa barangay. at bahay pa lamang by Ferdinand. Yeah, tama. Oo, magandang ano yan. Magandang solution din yan na sa household pa lang, na-manage na talaga. At dapat may na-educate din yung mga communities, no, na kung ano yung effect or nung mga nasasayang na pagkain sa environment. Community compost pile, yeah, you can also do bokashi. Maraming away. So, yan, through technology, no, you can, ito yung mga naisip kong possible solution. So, first, you can create an app to prevent food waste. So, ayan. So, maybe you can create an app to share leftover foods from restaurant at a lesser price. So, may mga ganon. Or a platform that connect yung mga supermarkets to support yung mga charitable organizations to donate surplus food. So, another one is yung mga project na or mga apps na you can order from farmers, no, yung kasi maraming nakakita niyo ba yung mga balita minsan na maraming nasasayang, no, from mga farms na hindi nabebenta na. So ang ginagawa nila, lalo na yung mga nasa Benguet, ginagawa nila yung iba tinatapon, sobrang hindi na rin mabenta, parang nag-over yung pag-produce nila nung mga pananim. So sayang, dapat napapakinabangan pa siya. So you can create something like apps na makakatulong, no, to prevent food waste. Another one is an AI platform to maintain dynamic pricing on items with upcoming expiration dates doon sa mga supermarkets then and online groceries to reduce food waste. Sensor that monitor storage conditions that can help prevent food loss during post-harvest handling and storage. So ayan yung mga idea, no. You can you can expand yung idea na yan para mas ma-target nyo yung problema, no, at ma-solve yung problema. So ito lang yung mga example na naisip ko, pero marami pa kayong pwedeng gawin. Okay? Actually, you can, ayan, just to share lang din, no, yung trash cash. You can actually hit multiple categories in SDG from your solution. So in trash cash, we joined Impact Hackathon 2019, which is supposedly part of the Guinness World Record for the largest hackathon in the world. And luckily, isa ako nanalo ako ng first place. And from there, we've identified, no, yung ano ba yung mga categories ng SDG na natatarget namin, no? So we have quality education, since we provide awareness sa mga communities, clean water and sanitation, and climate action, syempre, life on water, partnership with the ghost, and etc. So ganyan siya. So yung solution niya pwedeng maraming matarget na category sa SDG. Okay? So before creating your solution, no, for solving the 17 sustainable development goals using technology, you have to identify the key factors, or you have to consider 5 key factors. So ano ba yung 5 key factors na yun to consider? Anyone from the chat? I'll give one example. First, yung innovativeness. So anyone? Dapat ano ba siya? Ano ba dapat yung solution nyo para maging maging successful yung inyong gagawin? User-friendly, yeah, pwede. Relevance, yes, pwede. Motivation, yeah, pwede. Attainable, yes, pwede rin. Feasible, yeah, pwede. Sige. Ayan. So, ito yung mga naisip ko, no? Although lahat ng mga sinabi nyo is correct. Economical, yes. Ito yung naisip kong 5 key factors to consider when solving SDG. So, first is the innovativeness, adaptability, impact, sustainability, and scalability. Okay? So, first, ayan. So incorporating new technologies and procedures into process of launching new products or effectively make improvement to system in way that solve problem. So it must be also innovative, but not too ambitious. What I mean is the solution, yung solution nyo is beyond ba siya sa capacity ng existing technology or tool? Or it is possible to use existing idea and improve it along the way. So, ayan, yung gagawin yung solution dapat innovative, but not too ambitious. Okay? So, maraming constraints when pagdating sa innovation, no? Unang-una yung lack of resources and capacity. People desirability, business viability, and technical feasibility. So like what I mentioned nga, no, maaring innovative yung solution na naiisip ninyo, pero hindi naman siya, hindi pa siya possible or hindi pa siya technically feasible since may mga constraints nga na hindi pa kaya ng current technology natin. Okay? Next is adaptability. So how much effort is required to make the solution work? People, government, and organizations are capable enough to adapt and embrace our solution. So another one is, madali ba siyang gamitin? Does your solution cater wide audiences? Does your solution can be adapted by organizations? So baka naman gumagawa kayo ng solution, no, na hindi nyo muna inaral yung kung sino yung mga target audience or users ninyo. Be sure that there is a demand for your offering. Hindi pwedeng gagawa ka ng solution na hindi nyo rin masusustain after. Ayan, ask question first. Is there a place for this product or service in the market? Okay? Ayun yung lagi nyong itanong muna sa sarili nyo before jumping doon sa paggawa ng solution. So third is impact. So the solution must have a positive impact on the environment and society. So for example, ano ba yung mga positive impact, no? Yan, software is used to in the educational field to simplify learnings. Remote learning is also made possible through software application. So maraming pwedeng impact yung solutions na gagawin nyo. Like for example, sa amin sa Cash, no, we aim to minimize or to recover or increase plastic recovery rates sa mga communities. Kasi we all know naman na most of the plastic na napupunta sa landfills and oceans is galing sa mga households, mga residential areas. So yun yung isang goal sa amin. And ano pa yung environmental impact and society, yung impact sa society, no? Siyempre, unang-una, nalilinis yung environment and nakakatulong to prevent plastic from reaching our oceans. And siyempre, sa society, we provide awareness, natututo sila na kung ano yung impact ng negative impact ng mga basura na naitatapon lang ko sa asa. Okay? So next, ayan. Sustainable. It can be continued or practiced that maintains a condition without harming the environment. Ayun, sabi ko nga kanina, no, hindi pwedeng gumawa kayo ng solution na hindi sustainable. Unang-una, financially rin. Dapat may continuity and support financially, no, para nasusupport yung project ninyo along the way or yung solution ninyo. So when we're talking about sustainability or business viability, we should ask, should we do this or is it sustainable? Yes, design thinking is about focusing on solving customers' problems or needs. But if it costs too much or it takes too much long to create, it is smart. It is a smart business decision. So, yun yung mga dapat yung tanongin sa sarili ninyo, no? Bago kayo mag-start or mag-create ng solution. You also have to identify yung business model, paano niya ba masusupport yung project, paano siya mag-earn, anong profit. Okay. The next is scalability. So to what extent is the solution scalable? Specifically scalable to larger problem or same kind and or to other problems. So can it be deployed and replicated in another place? But by the way, scalability medyo crucial. So lalo na sa mga nag-i-start. So what I suggest, don't scale too fast. You have to focus muna on a very small solution, then improve it na lang along the way. Then once na stable na kayo, you can just scale it na. But ayun, it's very important then na to consider in the first place na dapat yung gagawin yung solution is scalable. Okay? Dapat pwede siyang ma-replicate sa ibang lugar or pwede bang magamit ng different audiences, no? Okay. So constraints are adaptation and financial challenges. So syempre kapag mag-scale tayo, kunwari may ginawa kayong tech solution, no? Unang-una, the more na dumadami yung users mo, the more din na lumalaki yung gastos. Siyempre, mag-i-scale ka ng servers, yung capacity. So, ayun. Balikan ko lang yung sustainability, no? Yung mga constraints naman for this is, ayun, poor policy implementation, lack of modern technologies and technical expertise to implement sustainable development programs, and weak governance. Okay. Ayan. So what is the right technology for your solution? So choosing the appropriate technology in achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So on the next slide, and like what I mentioned earlier, no, you have to identify and analyze the problem para malaman mo kung ano yung solution na ma-apply mo sa problema at anong technology yung magagamit or fit para doon sa solution na yan. Okay? So on the next slide, I will give example, no, para doon sa for each SDG goals, SDGs. And ano yung mga available tools using Google technology. Okay? So nowadays there are a lot of tools you can use to develop your solution or the technology. No? A good thing is Google offers a wide variety of products that you can use to support or develop your project or idea. So we have here from AI to machine learning to big data to mobile apps, lahat ata nasa Google na. So wala na kayong hahanapin pang iba. Lahat ng mga products ng Google, no, pwede nyo, tingin ko, may i-apply nyo sa gagawin yung solution. So we have here the Vertex AI, TensorFlow for the machine learnings, Google Cloud for managing yung database online and servers, ER Core for augmented reality and virtual reality, Firebase for real-time database, and Flutter for mobile app development, which can be deployed for iOS and Android na. So it's a single code-based framework na pwede nyo magamit, no, to start. So let's start with SDG 1, no, the no poverty. So ano ba yung mga pwedeng applications, no, to solve this problem? So pwedeng blockchain enabled crowd finance for charitable organizations. So ano ba yung mga available tools na pwede nyo gamitin for this specific solution? First, you can use Google BigQuery, which is a fully managed serverless data warehouse that enables scalable analysis for big data. Okay. You can also use Firestore. It is a NoSQL document database built for automatic scaling and high performance for ease of application development. Google Studio for an online tool for converting data into customizable informative reports and dashboard. Okay. Next, for the SDG 2, zero hunger, and you can use AI, sensors, and robotics for crop productivity and resilience. Or a map visualization using, this is drone, sorry for the typo, drone for agriculture industry. So maraming applications, no, and technology na you can apply. For this one, you can use Vertex AI for the artificial intelligence, Google Colab Notebook for collaboration for the AI. Okay. You can actually run the AI or yung script nyo using the Google Colab Notebook, no. You can collaborate there. Pwede kayo mag-share ng code, tapos shared siya sa Google Drive. So you can run Python on that platform. Then another one is TensorFlow. It's actually a free and open source software library for machine learning and artificial intelligence. So yung you can create machine learning models using Google Colab Notebook with the integration of TensorFlow library. Another one is Arduino para naman doon sa mga may hilig sa mga hardwares, no? Next is for good health and well-being. So pwedeng machine learning powered apps for diagnostic. You can also, ito isa tong idea na naisip ko before. Ayan, I just want to share na lang din. An app that can predict diseases based on the lifestyle and food consumption using machine learning technology. I don't know lang if meron ng existing sa ngayon, pero ayan, lifestyle or habits or yung mga food na tinitake mo, no, then based on the data, using the machine learning models, it can identify kung ano ba yung mga sakit na pwede mong ma-experience, no? Soon, parang ganun. So, I think it's a good idea. ayan, magagamit niya siya no, pag nag-create kayo ng, kunwari, ng solution. So you can just expand the idea na lang. So you can use also TensorFlow, Firebase, AutoML. Actually, yung Firebase AutoML, hindi na siya nagre-require ng code. All you have to do is to populate na lang the data through AutoML Vision. Then from that, you can download the model no, for your machine learning. It's very easy na lang sa ngayon, unlike before na you have to code pa talaga. Like yung kaninang binanggit ko no, sa Google Code Collab. You can also use healthcare natural language, AI, or Google Healthcare API. Another example is there's an app in Africa. It's called Longinesis. It uses an AI and blockchain technology, which patients can track their health on an app that can also offers them opportunity to monetize the data using cryptocurrency. So, ayun yung mga example ng mga technology that you can apply for that specific goal. Next, for quality education, you can, ito marami ng application ngayon na lumalabas for quality education. Nandiyan yung, ito, katulad na ginagamit natin ngayon, di ba? Yung Zoom, Google Meet. So you can create remote learning, no? Also using using AR or VR or an AI-powered student performance monitoring and tracking tools. A 5G connectivity that gives access to information that helps the student with their productivity. So with this application, you can use TensorFlow again, Flutter for the mobile app, Google AR, VR, or Google AR Core and App Engine. So for the Google AR or AR Core, it actually provides a powerful tools for creating augmented reality applications. While Flutter naman is an open source UI software development kit created by Google. Like, ayun, nabanggit ko nga kanina, no? It's a single code base that you can use to develop application for Android, iOS, Linux, Mac, Windows, Google Fuchsia, web platform, and etc. So, napakaganda ng Google Flutter, no? Kapag ginamit siya, since single code base na siya, tapos you can run it anywhere or in any platform. Okay. Next is, ayan, gender equality. So you can create something like an AI-enabled remote work platform with unbiased selection. So you can also use machine learning, TensorFlow, and Firestore for real-time database. Another example is, ayan, for the clean water and sanitation, smartphone-enabled and IoT smart water system with predictive maintenance capability. Actually, yung isa sa mga kalaban namin during the Impact Hackathon, ito yung similar ito doon sa ginawa nila. Meron silang IoT device na nakakonect doon sa meter ng tubig, which displays yung kung magkano na yung, I mean, yung bill ng tubig, no? Tapos automatically na nag-send ng information doon sa app nila. So that's the idea. So you can also create similar application like that. So you can use Google IoT Core, Flutter for the apps, and Google API Gateway. So for affordable and clean energy, you can also create an IoT for smart metering and energy consumption. Kagaya din nung binanggit ko kanina, blockchain-powered smart grids. So you can also use Google Platform and IoT Core. So for Google Platform, Google Cloud Platform, they offered suite for cloud computing services that runs on the same infrastructure that Google uses internally. Okay. So for number 8, AI-powered platform to process automation and increase productivity. So you can also use Vertex AI and TensorFlow for this one. Actually, itong mga binabanggit ko is just a sample lang, no? Pero marami pa kayong idea na pwedeng ma-apply for this specific goal. Next is for industry innovation and infrastructure, you can use IoT-enabled infrastructure for efficiency and maintenance. So, pwede kayong gumawa ng mga device. If you are familiar with Azure, actually, it was developed by Mapua, if I'm not mistaken. Para siyang device na nag-identify kung gaano kalakas yung earthquake or kung gaano katibay yung building na masusupport niya ba yung ganitong klaseng kalakas na building. So parang ina-analyze niya, no, kung gaano katibay yung building na yun. So meron silang mga device na ginagamit. So I think it's possible using Google IoT Core and Edge TPU. Ayan, next is reduce inequality. So basic access to online education using collaborative platform. Yan, yung kanina yung sa education, no, like yung mga ganito, Google Colab, Zoom, Google Meet, and etc. You can also apply it into other SDG. Okay. You can also create a monitoring platform for public budgeting and expenditure transparency. So you can use Google Looker, which is an enterprise platform for business intelligence, data applications, and embedded analytics. So Looker can help you explore, share, and visualize your company's data so that you can make better business decision. Okay. It's actually similar to Dataplex. Dataplex is actually similar to Looker, which is an intelligent data fabrics that provide unified analytics and data management across your data lakes. Okay. So actually isa rin to sa mga importante na solution, no, na pwede nyo gawin yung monitoring ng public budget, lalo na sa government natin. And you all know naman na may mga nangyayari pa rin, no, sa panahon ngayon na yung iba, hindi naman lahat, no, yung iba hindi talaga na ma-manage ng maayos ng mga budget and napupunta sa corruption. Okay? So maganda na magkaroon tayo ng system, no, na kumbaga magkaroon ng way yung public to see or to have a transparency. Okay. Next is sustainable cities and communities. So you can also create a VR or AR optimized urban design and planning, smartphone-based transportation and dispatching service, and public fleet management. So this is similar to Grab and Uber. So ganyan. Although you can also create your own, na malay nyo, may isip pa kayong different module, no, or another features na wala pa sila Grab or Uber. So you can use Google AR Core for the VR, Flutter for the mobile app. You can also use Google Maps platform for developers and Google Clouds. So next, ayan, responsible consumption and production. Ayan. Actually, kung mapapansin nyo, no, an example ko rin dito yung water leaks. You can create AI-powered infrastructure to find water leaks. Pwede rin, kasi medyo similar din to dun sa kaninang example ko. Pwede kayong gumawa ng device na nalalaman niya yung mga leakage doon sa infrastructure, sa mga tubo. Ayan. You can also create a smartphone-based solution that provide awareness in reducing and prevention of waste. Yun kanina, yung nabanggit sa chats, no? Ni Cart. Yan. So you can also create similar apps like that. So actually meron app akong nakita which is yung bonap.eco, which actually from Romania. So they connect consumer with suppliers that want to sell their food surplus instead of discarding it as waste. So parang yung nabanggit ko nga kanina, like yung sa mga farmers, no, na mga nasasayang na mga food nila na hindi na ibebenta, na itatapon lang. So you can create an app or system na pwedeng mag-connect doon sa mga farmers, direct doon sa mga tao na gustong bumili. Okay. Next is yan. For the climate action, you can create a big data platform for monitoring carbon emission. For an IoT and smartphone powered devices for home automation to minimize the carbon footprint or our home and buildings. So for example, no, ito yung similar to Google yung Home or Apple Home, parang ganun. You can also, yan, yung big data platform for monitoring carbon emission. Okay, you can create web-based platform either for the business na pwedeng i-monitor yung carbon footprint nila, and also yung mga companies, no, na nagpo-produce ng mga carbon emissions. Okay, so you can use Flutter for the mobile app, IoT Core, and Google Cloud Platform. Next is life below water. So an AI enabled data-driven platform for monitoring fishing activities. Yan. And another one is IoT devices for water analysis and treatment. So aside from that, you can also create something like a map kung saan yung may mga illegal na activities, no, mga fishing activities. You can create or label it on the map using Google Map, geospatial data, and TensorFlow for machine learning for AI, and IoT Core. Okay. Next, life on land. Ayan. So you can create an AI-assisted animal diseases. So, ayan, pwedeng yung when you capture something like, kunwari yung skin ng alaga nyo, no, yung pet nyo, ano yung disease na meron doon, ano yung bacteria, and ano, para siya gamutin. So, parang mga ganong klaseng applications. So, aside from that, you can also create GIS or geospatial geographic information system. You can also create data labeling for illegal logging to protect forest and biodiversity. Okay, so you can use Google Map, geocoding, ayan yung geospatial data, and Firebase AutoML Vision. Okay. So next is peace, justice, and strong institution. So you can create an AI-powered CCTV for detecting criminal activities or accidents. Actually, yung isa sa mga kalaban din namin before sa isang hackathon na nasalihan ko, may ginawa silang application, no, na naka-integrate yung embedded system nila sa CCTV. May integration din ng machine learning para ma-identify kung yung specific scenario ba is aksidente ba siya or may criminal activities ba dito. So something like that. You can also create a mobile application for reporting abuse. So ito yung isa sa mga entry namin during my college days, no, when I joined Magna Carta for Women. Pwede kayong gumawa ng application na magre-report ng mga abuse na connected sa isang organization. So, something like that. So you can use Google Vision AI, Flutter, and Google Cloud. Then last is, ayan, partnership for the goal. So you can create collaborative tools and shared services for R&D and innovation strategies. So you can use Google CDN, Firebase, real-time database, Google Cloud, Bigtable. So actually, ayan, and marami pang application, no, na you can, or technology or idea na pwede nyong i-apply for each goal ng UN. So, ayan. Any questions, guys? Baka masyado na akong maraming example at nasabi dito. Okay? And I hope nakatulong sa inyo, no, to start yung mga ideas na naisip nyo for first specific goal, to jumpstart your idea. So yung mga provide natin na mga examples dyan, you can just get the initial idea, then you can expand it. Okay? I'll share na lang din my presentation so you can also check yung mga links na nakalagay dito. Okay? So, ayan. So, ayan. This is additional lang din, additional tools na you can use. There's a web platform to create machine learning models with no expertise or coding required. You can check it on Teachable Machines with google.com. Okay? So all you have to do here is gagawin nyo lang, i-drag nyo lang yung mga model, then once na nandun na yung mga data, you can just print it, then you can export na yung models na nagawa nyo, and you can apply it to your applications na. Okay? So all of the products I've mentioned throughout my presentation can be and you can visit on the cloud.google.com/products. Okay? So nandun lahat ng mga products na pwede nyo gamitin to create your solution. Okay? So I think that's the last part of my presentation. Do you have any questions? Send it to me. And I hope you learned something new today. Ayun. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Benjo Vidal. Your talk really gave rise to ongoing environmental discussion and also how can we maximize the use of technology to create possible solutions sa mga environmental problems noon at problems that are still existing up until now. Tech skills have never been so important to help solving the issues facing the world today and forming the leaders and innovators of tomorrow. So it is really good to see the students involved in this kind of learnings and informations early.
Yes, tama ka naman dyan, partner. And also, I have learned the sustainable development goals such as no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, and such. Now, if anyone has any questions, I'm sure Mr. Benjo Vidal would be pleased to answer them. So our social media managers will provide the link in the comment section. Then you can submit your concerns and questions there. But for now, we will play a short minute video co-presented with Expedite bago namin basahin ang inyong mga concerns and questions. So for now, sit back and relax.
Filipino love is all around the world. Because our care is limitless. Send out valuable items with love. Showcase your gratitude with our beloved in abroad. Wherever you are. Because sending out your item has never been easy. With Expedite, you can now send gift back to your immigrant family. Just like how they do it all the time.
For the love of Filipinos family and OFW.
Make your international passerby simple, faster, and safer.
Alright, before we proceed sa mga itatanong nyo, here's a quick question for everyone. What was the last Google search you did? Tingnan natin kung sino ang pinaka-interesting na sagot. Again, you can use the chat box para mag-participate. Yan, habang everyone is still taking time para mag-isip ng itatanong nila for Sir Benjo. What was the last Google search you did? Yan, sige, tingnan nyo muna sa Google kung ano ang recent searches nyo. Ayan, sige.
Yan guys, comment nyo lang.
Sabi ni John Ranzel, Tech News. Ayan.
How about the others po? You can use the chat box. Yan, sabi ni, walang name sa akin.
Sabi
Ayan.
ni Angeline Viterbo, Python Random Module.
Sabi ng ating GDSC, what is UX? Yan, magagamit nyo yan mamaya.
Sabi ni Miss Atcha, remove background.
Sabi naman ni Ferdinand, color palette.
Sabi ni Markian, backhand grip badminton. Napaka-random, ang daming mga Mortal. Sabi naman ni Mortal, Python collections. Familiar ka ba doon, Jaira?
Hindi ako familiar dyan, partner.
Sabi ni Eric, All of Us Are Dead, Season 2. Ayan, kakatapos pa lang ng Season 1.
Talaga namang nag-boom yung movie nila. Talagang ang dami sumabaybay.
Who is Sasa Girl?
Si Ian po yan.
Sabi naman ni Sir Benjo, how to present in Canva. Ayan, talagang Google ang takbuhan natin, no? Kapag may mga gusto tayong malaman. So, ayan, let's continue na. Using the Slido, we provided the link sa comment section. All you have to do is to click the link and submit your questions kung may clarifications ba kayo or concerns that you want to be addressed by our guest speaker. So, babasahin namin ni partner ang inyong mga questions at sasagutin naman ito ng ating guest speaker. So, may we call on and give the virtual floor to Mr. Benjo Vidal to answer some questions. The first question would be, what do you think is the most suitable technology or framework to use for tracking COVID cases and contact tracing during the pandemic? Ayan, may we call on.
Ayan. Aba, hindi ka talaga nagpakilala, anonymous ka. Ayan, what do you think is the most suitable technology framework? Actually, merong technology na pinoprovide sila. As far as I remember, no, meron ginawa sila, hindi ko na maalala exactly, pero may ginawa sila Apple and Google na technology to monitor or trace yung mga COVID cases, no, using Bluetooth. I think meron silang open source framework for that. For the other data naman, I think you can explore yung Google Health API. I don't know lang if may mga data sila regarding COVID, no? Pero you can check it na lang din. So Google has API.
Ayan, for our next question po, ano ang pinaka-the best na hosting app for testing and deploying bukod sa Firebase?
It depends on your platform or yung technology na ginagamit mo. So for example, kunwari, kung nagre-reels ka, you can use Heroku. For PHP naman, you can use other applications. Pero kung mga simple, like yung mga PHP simple hosting applications, there's a lot of free services naman online. Before, meron kaming ginagamit similar to Firebase, which is developed by Twitter. Pero nabili na rin siya ni Facebook, although hindi sila nag-push. Marami pang tools na similar to Firebase, no, na alternative. And may mga free tiers din naman sila na pwede nyo magamit online.
For the next question, what do you think po between React and Flutter? Ano mas common ginagamit sa professional field dito sa Philippines?
Ayun, good question, no? Actually, nagiging debate namin to sa industry. Ano ba yung maganda? React or Flutter? Ano yung mas common na ginagamit? May ano dyan. Sa ngayon kasi ako more of sa Flutter yung ano ko. Kasi I also experience React, no? Ang experience ko sa React before is pagdating performance-wise, hindi siya ganun ka okay. Since makikita mo pa rin yung mga parang nag-flicker pa rin yung screen when you scroll the screen or yung page. And in terms of support from the React itself, medyo delay sila. So for example, nag-update si Google or si Apple ng ganito. Tapos yung framework ni React, hindi siya ganun ka-updated. Actually sila, Airbnb before is naka-React React siya. Kaso nga lang, ang nangyari, hindi nasusupport yung mga features na gusto ni Airbnb. So ginawa nila, bumalik sila ngayon sa native. So bakit hindi sila Flutter? So during that time, masyado pang bata si Flutter to use, no? Kaya nag-native muna ulit sila Airbnb. Pero for now, kung ako yung papapipiliin, actually yung nagma-migrate na rin kami into Flutter. Even yung Trash Cash app namin, na-migrate namin to Flutter na. Kasi unang-una, ang dami niyang support, especially from Google. And malaki na rin yung community niya. And performance-wise, almost kapare siya ng mga native applications. Okay. Ayun, thank you.
For the next question, do you think there is a limit on how innovative technology can be?
Yeah, like what I mentioned earlier, no, yung mga constraints like yung lack of adaptability or syempre yung lack of yung resources tsaka yung mismong technology, no, na available currently.
Next question, ano po ginagamit niyo ng language mostly for back-end coding?
For back-end coding, I'm not into back-end coding, no. I'm more of sa mobile development. Pero sa mga companies na napasukan ko before and even sa amin ginagamit namin, mostly Node.js, Ruby, ayan. Laravel.
For the next question, what is the most common framework in the professional field in terms of machine learning? Is it TensorFlow or PyTorch?
Yeah, I think it depends. Although parang mas gamit yung TensorFlow. I don't think lang, I don't have the data. Pero parang mas in demand yung TensorFlow. Although may parang naalala ko may mga limitations pa si TensorFlow compared kay PyTorch. Pero I'm not into kasi wala akong enough data to answer.
All right, I guess that would be the end of our Q&A session. Now, as a token of our appreciation for his time and his valuable contribution, allow me to present the certification of recognition to our guest speaker. Google Developer Student Club's PUP Santo Tomas branch presents this certificate of appreciation to Mr. Benjo Vidal in deep appreciation of his invaluable time and expertise shared as a guest speaker during our event entitled 2022 Solution Challenge, Info Session, and Solution Design Day, held virtually on February 1 and 4 via Zoom and Facebook Live.
Now, may I request everyone to open their cameras for our photo ops with our guest speaker to be led by our creatives department. Yan, pakibukas ng ating mga camera.
And before anything else, no, habang nag-open pa yung iba, we are also hiring interns for Trash Cash. So yung mga gustong mag-flatter, no, gustong matutong mag-flatter, you can email us at isend ko na lang sa chat. Ayan.
Ayan. Thank you po, sir. Okay, everyone, ready na po? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Wait lang po ah.
Ayan. Ay, wait lang din. Teka. Ayan.
Isa pa po. Wait lang po. 1, 2, 3. Okay po. Thank you po.
Yeah, thank you so much everyone for listening. Yeah, I hope you learned something new. Yan, sana makatulong. So, back na tayo kay Miss Atcha, no? Ayan.
Ayan. Thank you so much po, Mr. Benjo Vidal. I know everyone is excited and all geared up. So para naman magising-gising kayo ng konti, we prepared a little game. This is only applicable for Zoom chat only. So di na po natin maisasali ang nasa FB Live. Bawi na lang kayo next live. So here's the mechanics. We prepared 2 sets of questions. So sa first set, meron tayong 11 questions. And sa makakakuha ng correct answers, makakakuha kayo ng, drum rolls please, tumataginting na 5 pesos sa GCash. Ayan, bongga, right? And sa next set of question naman, ang makakakuha po ng correct answer ay mananalo na 50 pesos through GCash. So kung sino man po yung unang makakapag-send ng tamang sagot sa Zoom chat ay mananalo. So wait for our confirmation kung sino yung name na tatawagin namin, siya ang mananalo. Okay, ready na ba ang lahat? Ayan, nakikita ko, ang laki naman ng premyo. Yes, tama ka dyan. Let's go. So exciting. Yes, tama. So let's start the first set of question. Yan, partner.
Ayan, mukhang excited na ang lahat sa ating papremyo, partner. So here's the first question. What does UX stands for? Yan, i-chat nyo lang po ang sagot. Paunahan po. Ayan, ang nauna po sa akin ay si Jan, pangalan na to, GDSC, saan na yun? Yan, natatabunan. GDSC L, Jan Ranzel. Siya po ang ating winner ng 5 pesos. Okay, yung iba, bawi na lang po. For our second question, it is the quality of being easy to obtain or use. I repeat, it is the quality of being easy to obtain or use. Yan. Okay, sige po. Hindi ko pa po nakikita yung tamang sagot. Lagot po kayo kay Miss Atcha pag hindi niyo yan nasagot. Okay. Hindi ko pa rin po na, ayan, nakita ko na, pero mukhang mali yung spelling. Okay, nakita ko na. MK lang. Okay, our second winner is MK lang. Okay. For our third question. What does UI stands for? What does UI stands for? Okay, ang nauna po sa akin ay si Charles. ICCT Charles. Okay, meron po tayong mga GDSC leads po na naglilista po ng inyong mga names. Wait lang po tayo sa emails. Okay? For our fourth question po, this is true or false? User experience is the series of screens, pages, and visual elements. Is it true or false? Okay, ayan. Nagrarambulan na po sa chat natin. Hindi ko makita kung sino yung pinakauna. Ayan, ang tamang sagot po ay false. SMU Ramon. Ang tamang sagot po ay false. Ang nakasagot po ay si SMU Ramon. Okay, for the fifth question po, true or false pa rin po. Typography refers to the use of color as a symbol in various cultures. Is it true or false? Ayan, nakita ko na ang tamang sagot. Ang tamang sagot po ay false. Ayan, ang nakasagot po ay si... typo lang po siguro siya, si Cindy Navarroza. Our fifth winner, Cindy Navarroza. Okay, for our next question, ikaw na partner.
Okay, ang ating next question. It is the arrangement or classification of things according to relative importance or inclusiveness. Yan. May nakita na ako, si Ramon. Okay, siya na una. Ang tamang sagot ay hierarchy. Yes, ililista po yan ng ating mga officers po. Next question for the seventh question. It is to highlight which option they are pointing at. Okay, sagot lang kayo. Wala pa akong nakikitang nasagot. Ayan, may nakita na ako. Control, yes, control ang tamang answer. Ang nauna sa aking screen ay si PUPSTB Mark. Ayan. Congrats, nanalo kayo ng 5 pesos sa GCash. Next, question number 8. What is the ability of a computer to respond to a user's input? Ayan. Kailangan makuha nyo to. Ibig sabihin, hindi kayo nakinig kay Miss Atcha. Okay, what is the ability of a computer to respond to a user's input? Ayan. Confirm, hindi po. Control, hindi rin po. Parang wala pa nakakakuha po ng correct answer. Ayan. Ulitin ko yung question. What is the ability of a computer to respond to a user's input? Parang mali yung spelling, Charlotte. Sabi ni Ramon, interactability. Ano pa? Ayan. Yung mga nagsasagot pa rin ba? Alert. Konti na lang, Ramon. Ayan, nakuha na ni Jane. Ang tamang sagot is interactivity. Okay, next. For the next question. Based on Miss Atcha, what is not belong to design principles? A. Usefulness. B. User interface. C. Usability. D. Desirability. Again, I repeat, based on Miss Atcha, what is not belong to design principles? A. Usefulness. B. User interface. C. Usability. D, desirability. Okay, the correct answer is B. Masyado nang natabunan yung mga sumagot ng B, pero sa aking screen, ang nauunang sumagot ay C. Tingnan natin. Si Marcus Owen Velasco. Ayan, ililista naman niya na ating mga officers. Okay, last question for 5 pesos. User interface is the series of screens, pages, and visual elements. True or false? Okay, true. The answer is true. Ang unang sumagot ng true ay si Marcus Owen. Ayan, mukhang madaming natutunan si Marcus Owen. Tumataginting na. 10 pesos ang nakuha mo today. Pero bago yan, meron pa tayong isa pang question. Di ba, partner? Meron pa ba?
Yan, para sa tumataginting na 5 pesos, meron pa tayong last question. Give us an example of a sustainable development goal. Note lang po, take note regarding with this question, we will have 17 winners because sustainable development goals consist of 17 examples. And pag naulit na po ay hindi na po namin tatanggapin. Okay, just comment your answer po. Yan, sabi ni Mark, gender equality. Okay, tama. Una po nating winner ay si Mark, gender equality. Next po ay si PUPSTB. Yan. Nagbabardagulan na po ang lahat. Hindi ko po mabasa yung name. GDSC PUPSTB. Nakalagay po ay select. Cart. Tama po ba? Cart po ba yung name? Nang sumagot ng Zero Hunger. GDSC PUPSTB. Hindi ko po makita yung name. Ayan. GDSC, PUPSTB, CCO. Cart po siguro ito sa Ate Cart. Okay, Zero Hunger. Bawal na pong maulit. Next po is Shell Diamsay, no poverty. Shell Diamsay, no poverty. Next po natin. Bali nakakatatlo na po tayo. Next ay life below water. Titignan po natin kung meron nga bang life below water. Yan, meron. Ang ating fourth winner po ay si Ramon. Life below water. Next po, Zero Hunger. Nasabi na po. Partnerships for the goals. Check po natin. Partnership for the goals. Meron po. Next po natin na winner. Cindy Navarroza. Cindy Navarroza po, Partnership for the Goals. Next po natin, meron na pong no poverty, no poverty. Quality education, the winner is MK lang. Quality education, MK lang. Meron kang tumataginting na 5 pesos. Next, sabi naman ni PUP Santa Mesa, anong name nito? Jane, Life on Land. Meron tayo niyan. Okay, correct. Again, our next winner po, Jane from PUP Santa Mesa. Next po natin ay Responsible Consumption and Production from Ferdinand. Winner po natin siya dahil meron po tayong ganyan. Again, the winner po is Ferdinand Galgana. Next, nabanggit na po si Zero Hunger, Life Below Water, Climate Action. Titignan po natin. Okay, meron tayong Climate Action from John Ranzel. Again, winner, Climate Action, John Ranzel. Ranzel po pala. Next po natin, meron pa. Affordable and Clean Energy. Meron po ba? Yan, meron po. Again, for affordable and clean energy, we have Marigold. We have Marigold from Mapua. Okay, comment lang po tayo. Nabanggit na po ang climate action, nabanggit na ang quality education. Clean water and sanitation po, Claridel Pagku. Again, clean water and sanitation, Claridel Pagku. Ayan, meron pa po tayong mga natitira. Comment lang po tayo. Good health, malapit na, kulang po. Meron pa po siyang end. Life on hand, wala pong ganyan. Reduce inequalities po ay, sige po, i-accept na po natin. Reduce inequalities, Kevin. Again, reduce inequalities po, winner po, Kevin. Para lang tayo nagbibingo, no? Affordable and clean. Meron na po. Peace and justice and strong institutions. Okay, ang galing naman nito. Ara Maborang. Talagang nakinig. Abara Maborang, winner po natin. Okay, meron pa tayong litirang 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 winners. Okay, sabi ni Marcus Owen, good health and well-being. Tama. Mukhang nakaka-15 pesos ka na. Yan, ang galing mo talaga makinig. Okay, meron pa tayong 3. Sabi ni PUP Santa Mesa, Jane ulit. Parang familiar ka na sa akin. Okay, panalo ka ulit ng 5 pesos. Again, Jane from PUP Santa Mesa, winner. And for the last 2 winners, we have MK lang, decent work and economic growth. Again, MK lang, winner, decent work and economic growth. And for the last one, para sa ating tumataginting na 5 pesos, we have Ferdinand. Si Ferdinand din, parang kayo yung mga sagot ng sagot. Dahil dyan, makakaipon kayo. Again, our last winner, bakit ka tumatawa, partner? Ating last winner ay si Ferdinand. Okay, go partner para sa ating 50,000.
Okay. Now for the grand prize, 50 pesos. Ito ang tanong. Ready na ba? Ready na ba kayo? What are the 4 main processes? Ayun lang. What are the 4 main processes? Pag samasamahin nyo na sa isang message nyo ha, para makita ko. For 50K. 50K with washing machine. Ayan na. May nakukuha na agad. Ayan, tignan nga natin. Wait lang ha, natabunan na agad siya. Ang dami nagchat-chat. Siguro may notes to. See? Tingnan lang natin ha. Ayan, ang dami. Ang daming gusto makakuha ng 50K. Ayan. Wait lang ha. Tingnan natin kung sino na una sa screen. Mukhang nakikinig talaga kayo. Partner, sino una sa screen mo? Ang right answer is understanding, ideating, testing, and creating.
Ang una sa akin ay si Bustos. BSU Bustos, nakalagay. Joshua. BSU.
Ayan,
Yan, Joshua.
Siya din ang una sa akin. Congrats! Nanalo ka ng tumataginting na 50 pesos. Okay.
Ayan, pandagdag na rin yan sa ulam nyo, okay? Maging masaya po ang lahat.
Maging masaya po ang lahat. Okay, now let us call on and give the virtual floor again to Miss Athena Atcha Abe to introduce us about warframing.
Okay, thank you hosts. Ayan, so I'm really happy na very active ang ating mga participants and syempre we want to prolong your active engagement. So before I begin, I'm going to send the link din ng ating interactive warframing. Ayan, one moment lang. So, saan ba yun? Ito. Ayan, invite link. Okay, so I would like to invite 14 participants, so 7 pairs. So let me know if you're going to join. So I'll be sharing my screen first. Okay. Then let me know if you can see it. Okay, so ayan, kitang-kita naman na nag-notes kayo at nabuhayan kayo sa 5K at 50K na price, di ba? So, the important thing about our sessions today is, aside from you guys listening to speakers, is of course applying what you have learned. And di ba, you have identified the 17 sustainable goals, wherein some some things that you have to keep in mind is how are you going to sustain what you have learned, how you can create impact. And with creating products, it's important first to conceptualize yung gagawin nating design. So, let me check the chat. Let me know if you're going to join with us. Ayan. So while waiting, okay, let's first define what framing is. So in this activity, in this interactive session, I'm going to use Figma as a prototyping tool. So a quick fact lang. So me and Sir Benjo were mentors sa Impact Hub Hackathon last year, and dun sa vertical na education, ang nanalo dun is, I believe, if I can recall, Sir Benjo, di ba, grade 10 students, and then ang gamit nila for pitching is prototype, right?
Yeah.
Yes, ayun, Figma. Figma yung gamit nila. You don't, in this, sa solutions challenge nyo, as long as you can fully pitch and fully demonstrate in yung inyong product ng maayos sa prototype, the flows, wireframing is very essential in terms of really showcasing your design, and also creating a solution to one of the problems. Okay, so here, let me know lang in the chat pag walang nag-volunteer, ako mamimili kami ng mga host. Ayan, baka may prize, malay nyo. Okay, so let's start first with identifying what framing is. What wireframing is. Okay, so wireframing, it is one of the fundamental things that you need to include in user experience design. To make it simpler, ito yung magiging blueprint nyo in creating your products, or in this example, application. So we already have defined what user experience is, and I can definitely see na malinaw na kung ano yung user experience for you guys. So later, I'll be needing your active participation para matingnan natin kung kaya nyo nang i-apply yung matututunan nyo today. Okay, so wireframing is also helpful for efficient collaboration, meaning Figma, a prototyping design tool, will help you also to collaborate not only with the designers, but also to help them communicate properly with the developers, with your clients, para madali nyo mapapakita yung mga proposals nyo or yung mga design. So commonly, di ba, when we do sketching, so today we're going to learn how to sketch wireframings. We're used to doing it on pen and paper. So with this technology, with Figma, a good thing about this is kasi di ba pag pen and paper, if an example that I'm showing right now is a tutoring app na Skinetch ko. So for example, ang downside lang ng sketching from pen and paper is, what if you have to make revisions or there are changes to your product or to your design. So with the Figma, there are already ready-made templates that you can use in order to create your sketches or wireframes. So another definition of wireframing is, as I have mentioned, yung hierarchy of importance. So going back here in the example, of course, when you go to an application, in a tutoring app, you first need to have a login page or your splash page. So an introductory page of your application. So of course, definitely, nasa level of importance yung user account compared dun sa courses or yung adding in the course. Okay. Wireframing also helps us have a clearer presentation of our design. Ayan. And wireframing has two different types. Meron tayong tinatawag na low fidelity and high fidelity. So this is an example of a low fidelity. So if you're going to sketch your wireframes, di ba, most common UI, UX designs na nakikita nyo colorful, may images. So what if you have to you have to present this to your client, and there are revisions that need to be done. Syempre, it's frustrating on the designer's part to scratch everything and go back from the start. So that is why we have wireframings, low fidelity, in order to help the designer um, customize yung kanilang wireframing. So, ang tawag dito sa box na may X, it's called a placeholder. So, if you put a placeholder, it can be an image, it can be a video, and or a logo, and below yun yan, text and text boxes. So that's how the wireframes are interpreted, and of course our buttons. So in this example, we have the login. So the low fidelity, then we also have it in different colors. Ayan. So before I continue, and who would like to try creating or sketching a wireframe? So I've already prepared here ang ating board. Ayan, meron ng mga, ayan, nandito na pala kayo. Ayan, very good. So we have 9. So we need, ilan na lang? Ayoko mag-math. Ayan, 9. Okay. We need 8 more. Tama ba? Ayan, 7. Ayan. 6. Ay, tama. 3. Ayan. 3 pa, di ba? Yeah, 3 pa. Okay. So, while waiting, go to your positions. Go, punta kayo dito sa, pili na kayo by pair kung aling gagamitin yung board, design board, or frame. Ayan, punta na kayo by pair. Ayan, so I'm just going to demonstrate din sa inyo on how are you going to navigate. So a good thing about Figma, dito natin matetest yung how effective is the UX design of Figma itself, of the prototyping tool. Today, aside from learning how to sketch wireframes, we're going to explore how easy it is to navigate Figma without any prior background. So I would also like to know sino dito yung may experience na sa Figma, and kung sino dito yung first time lang. Okay, let's check. Let me know in the chat, sino dito yung first time lang gumamit ng Figma? Chat lang kayo. And if you're not here in Figma, let me know then if this is your first time. And Ferdinand says first time. Yan. How about the others? We're 121 here, guys. Plus our Facebook. Ayan, Jess versus first time. Marigold says use Figma for a class few months ago. Okay, that's great. Ayan na, mga excited na. Hindi na mapakali. Sabi ni Mondrian, first time. Ayan. Okay, so don't worry, because it's a really good thing na you'll be able to experience and learn more about Figma. So, cute nyo sa baba. Okay, so going here on the resources part, and sabi ni Ramon, maganda Figma, pwede export as code agad. Yes, so I'll be showing that. So sa mga participants natin, ayan, nabawasan tayo. Join lang kayo dito sa link. Send ko lang ulit. Okay, join lang kayo. We need more participants. Okay, so I'm currently using Windows. So for our Mac users, I just put here a cheat sheet for you to easily navigate. So before we begin, I know excited na kayo. Ayan, di naman pakali mga kamay. O, diba? O, ayan, diba? So, ayan, before we begin, ano yung sasabihin ko? Ayan, so if we will be focusing on sketching wireframe. So if you'll be needing the basics of Figma, I have here a talk last year. Inisa-isa ko yung mga features ng Figma. But I would like to know your first impression sa mga, lalo na sa mga nandito ngayon sa Figma. So far, how is the experience for you guys? So as ang learning natin then this afternoon is yung engagement. We should always also know kung ano yung naging experience ni user. So that is our purpose for our UX design. So let me know in the chat. Ayan, pwede kayo mag-unmute, guys. Ayan, para mas interactive tayo this afternoon. Sabi ni Saldana, pwede pa po ba mag-join? Yeah, ayan na. We need 2 more people. Yeah, 2 more people. Ano ba? Yeah, 12. Yeah, 2 more people. Yeah. Sure, okay. Let me know. So far, sa mga excited dyan, ano yung experience nyo? Is it easy to navigate? Lalo na sa mga first time. Ayan, chat lang kayo. Huwag kayo mahiya, guys. Kanina, Nagkaroon lang kayo ng 5K, ah. Ayan. Okay. So, let me know in the chat. Ayan. How's the experience so far? Madali ba mag-navigate? Ayan, let me know. Okay, excited na sila. Ano muna yung feedback nyo before we begin? Madali ba i-navigate yung options? Sabi ni John, madali siya gamitin and madami plugins. How about the others? And let's hear from 5 people, so 4 more before we begin. Ayan. How about the others? Tell your honest feedback, kasi for other people, ako, it's been more than a year since I used Figma, and nung una, na-overwhelmed talaga ako. Yeah, see, sabi ni Mark, medyo overwhelming po. Kasi for me, I haven't used Sketch and Adobe XD, kasi this is also similar with Sketch and Adobe XD. Although, mas nadalian ako kasi I have a background in Photoshop, which has similarities with the functionalities, diba? Tulad ng na-mention ko, consistency is important para hindi mahirapan yung user aralin yung interface mo. How about the others? Sabi ni Roland, maganda yung Figma for designs. Ayan, 2 more. Ayan, 2 more. And also 1 more participant here. Maganda po Figma. Nakita ko sa iba. Sabi ni Jean, nakaka-overwhelm po. Okay, ayan. I definitely understand. Okay, so don't worry guys. I'll navigate you through. So when we go to the homepage, ayan, ito yung first thing, diba? First thing na makikita natin sa interface, the homepage, where you can have an overview of the functionality of your application or product. So nakikita ko dito, I have here yung mga prototype ko sa thesis and yung mga ginawa kong designs, and I also do my presentations here. So dito ko, gumagawa din ako ng vision board or mga modules ko sa school. So it's really a, how do you call this, napaka-versatile application niya, not only developer or designer friendly, also for students who also want to discover web design, graphic design. And dito ko din, ayan, as you can see, dito ko din ginawa yung presentation ko. Okay? So, okay. Punta tayo dito sa ating design board. So, for our participants, ayan, nawala na sila. Ayan, so punta muna kayo, pili kayo ng design board nyo. 2 pairs each. Ayan. Ayan na. Okay. So, as I have mentioned, diba, ang example natin is a career decision support application. Review tayo sa talk ni Sir Benjo. So, 17 SDGs, saan pasok ang career decision support application or system? Let's review. Ayan. Saan siya papasok? So our wireframing today is about a career decision. Ayan, very good, Mark. It's about quality education and the EduGuide's aim. So you have to consider ano ba purpose ng product nyo. And our product sa thesis namin, so I'm taking computer science. We want to help senior high school students be guided in their career decision journey. Okay, and after that, let's start na talaga. Okay, so simulan muna tayo dito. As you can see, we have a blank page. And what I want you to do, guys, okay, ready na ba yung mga pairs? Nawala na yung iba? Nag-discover pa ba? Nasaan na yung iba? Ayan na. Punta kayo sa page nyo, 2 pairs. Okay, so as you can see, we have a blank page here. Although for those who have a background in web development and web design, diba, you're wondering, bakit, why, Ate Atcha or Atcha, why do we have to redo this in a mobile version? And meron namang responsive design. Yes, that's true. But however, if you want to really practice user experience, it's a different experience when it comes to mobile, diba? When I talk to you about context, diba? Iba yung environment, iba yung behavior sa browser compared sa mobile. So with that, ayan, at the side, ready na kayo? Okay, so sa right side, I have here wireframing templates that you can use. So that's a good thing about Figma is there are ready-made templates for you to use. And what I want you to do, guys, when I say you start, is that you can experiment and drag and drop to recreate our mobile version, our web version into a iPhone version. So this is an iPhone frame. Ayan. Okay. So are you ready? So If ever you have a pair and you don't know them, okay, so what you can do is you can click beside the hand tool to add a comment. So in here for you to communicate. That's one good thing with Figma is that you can communicate by adding comments. Ayan. And then you can create a conversation here. Okay na, ganyan. You can tag people. Okay? So before we begin, do you have any questions? Ayan, you can resolve this. Okay. May mga questions ba kayo guys before we begin? I know you're definitely excited. Let me know if wala na, okay? Ready? Ayan na, may nagsisimula na. Okay, so I think everyone's already starting. So I'm going also sa mga nanonood sa atin, Facebook tsaka Zoom na wala dito sa Figma. I'm also going to walk you through. Okay guys, so you may begin. Ayan na yung go signal ko. You may start na. Okay, so don't worry, sa mga natin kasama sa Figma, we're going to also have an interactive discussion then. Okay, so let's first, ayan, nagko-communicate na ba kayo? Ayan. So as you can see here, I have a review for you guys. So if ever you're going to look at this, is this low fidelity or high fidelity? Going back, is this low fidelity or high fidelity? Ayan, let us know in the comments. Let's have a review. Nasa na yung notes niyo? Okay. In wireframing, is this low fidelity or high fidelity? Okay. Who can take a guess? Sabi ni Jane, low fidelity po. Yan. Very good. Okay. So, surprise. Tignan natin mamaya yung results. But I'll also be giving an example. So, I also did a talk about the wireframing and prototyping. So, an example of low fidelity, di ba ito? So, ang difference ng high fidelity is, ayan, may mga pictures, images. So, ito yung naging output nila. Ayan, pinalitan nila yun, diba? Remember, this is a placeholder. Pinalitan nila na image. And then, in here, they have improved their mga fonts and nilagyan nila ng color. So, ayan. And before yan, nagko-communicate sila using Figma. Okay? So, in here, let's check them. Ito ba? Ayan. Tignan natin on how they're communicating. Kamusta na? Ayan, may nagsa-start na. So, let's see how, ayan, ang gumagawa nito as si Cars Lane. Tama ba? Ayan na, nagko-communicate na siya. So, observe how they use Figma. So, I believe most of them are first-timers. Ayan. So, sabi ni Mark, paano po mag-chat sa Figma? Ayan. Again, beside the hand icon, there's a comment button. Ayan, you can click on it to select it. And then you can click on the part that you want to add a comment. Ayan. All right. So far while observing from our audience, do you have any questions? Ayan. So tignan natin on how they will convert it to mobile. Ayan, wow. Si Marigold, tignan nyo, meron pang talagang iPhone design. Ayan, very good. Okay, let's check. Ayan. Oh, aba, hindi nagpatalo ang Team FAQs. Talagang nilagay nila yung blue design dito. Meron pang signal tsaka battery. Ayan. Very good. Okay, well done guys. Okay. Ayan. Okay, si Jesper. Ayan, nagalagay siya ng navigations for the sign up page. Very good. Okay. Ayan. Okay. So far guys, do you have any questions? Ayan, okay. Sabi ni Marigold logo. Lagyan daw ng logo. Okay. So, for the others guys, while observing, ano yung mga feedback nyo or advice nyo sa mga participants sa Figma? Okay, let's start first. Ang galing ko lang to. Ayan. Wala na nag-homepage. Importante ito, homepage. Walang pumunta sa homepage. Okay. Meron bang naka-assign dito? Ayan, let me know lang para tulungan namin kayo. Meron. Okay. How about contact? Wala? Meron. May contact group ba? Ayan. Sige. Okay. So let's, for those who are observing, let's first start this contact page. So you can unmute them. So in here, ano yung pwede nating simulan? Okay, you can unmute guys and chat. Ayan. Okay, let's apply what we learned. Okay. If wala yung hosts na lang. Hosts, are you there? Ayan. Tara, chika tayo dito. Okay, let's create this contact page. Ayan, tara. Okay. Ayan. Nawala na kasi yung 50K. Okay. Okay, game. Meron ba dito sa contact group? Wala ata. Okay. So, let's create it. Tara. So, ayan, nandyan si Jaira. Nasaan na yung isa nating post? Ayan. Hi. Okay. So, let's also ask the participants, ano ba yung pwede nilang gawin for the contact page for mobile version? Ayan. Kayo ba, Jaira? Ayan, and Ian. Go, guys. Ayan. Ano yung first thing that comes to your mind when doing the contact page for mobile? Ano usually nakikita niyong design?
Formal lang po yung sa design. How about you, Jaira?
Meron din po ako mga nakikita na may mga designs po. Depende po sa kung ano po yung content po na ilalagay.
Okay, so for this example, sa contact page, ano yung una natin ilalagay?
Yung logo po siguro yung edu guide po muna.
And meron po dito sa comment section, sabi po ni Ferdinand, logo po sa pinakataas.
Okay, so pagdating sa design, you have to be specific kung saan mo siya ilalagay. So, pag sinabi mo sa taas, saan dito? Ayan. Okay, go. Walang wrong answer dito. I'm going to help you. So, saan niyo siya nakikitang bagay? Is it this
Diyan.
part or dito?
Saan
Okay.
po?
Okay, so next, ano pa yung pwede nating ilagay sa ating contact page? Go lang guys, interact with us. Burger, sabi ni Kevin James. Okay.
Sabi pa po dito. Sabi po ni Eric John Villarreal, header and FE bars.
Okay, so header. Header. So, let's put this. So, ang maganda dito kay Figma, copy-paste lang din. Diba parang pag nagpo-code, copy-paste. Ayan. And, put it here. Saan ba natin? Mali yung ano ko layer. Wait lang guys. Punta tayo dito. Ayan. Contact. Ayan. Okay. Ang ano lang dito, ang dami nating layers ngayon. So, wait lang. Contact. And you can organize din. Ngayon, magulo lang talagang ating layers. iPhone, contact. Ayan. Ito. Wait. Ayan. Okay. There. So, lipan ko lang to. Ayan. And then, you can put it at the back. Ayan. Okay. So, menu bar sa hamburger, sabi ni Hamburger, nakagutom naman yan, Kevin. Nanalo ka ba ng 50K? Pa-burger ka naman. Char. Okay, so another thing about Figma is that you have plugins. So, di ba, a while ago, as I have said, accessibility is important. So, we have your Able. Ayan, merong mga Iconify. Ayan, sa mga developers dyan na open din i-discover ang UX design or designing. Merong Figma 2, HTML, CSS, React, and more. Diba sabi nga natin ng isang participant natin, you can convert your code. So, meron dito sa inspect code CSS to Android to OS, especially when you select a layer. Ayan, ganyan ka-powerful ang Figma. So, sabi niya, lagyan natin ng hamburger. So, punta tayo sa Iconify and then you say hamburger menu. Ayan. So, that is an example. You can drag it. Ayan. And then, So, anong kulay? So, dito natin papasok yung user interface, di ba? So, lalagay natin dito, bagay ba ang black sa background natin ngayon? Yes or no?
No.
Yan, no. So, what color are we going to use para mag-contrast pa siya?
White
Sa back.
po.
White. Ayan, very good. Okay, so let's change it to white. Ayan, okay. So, aside from this, ano pa? Our focus here is the contact page. So, what should we put here? Ayan, active na nila. Okay, very good. Ano pa? Walang wrong answer dito, guys. Okay, so you can guess. Ano pwede pa natin ilagay dito? Ayan, may nagtatanong. Sabi ni Mark, ilalagay po ba yung all rights reserved? Ayan. That depends on you as a UX designer. What do you think in a viewpoint of a user? Need pa ba ng all rights reserved sa mobile version? Sabi ni Ferdinand, name nakatabi ng logo. Ayan, very good. Okay. So, punta tayo dito. Name. So, copy paste. Ayan. And let's see. Is this the right size for the page? Ayan. Is this the right size?
No po.
No. Okay. Ayan. So, liitan lang natin to. Masyado siyang malaki pa din actually. Liitan natin yung logo. Ayan. So, you don't have to worry when designing. It's not always perfect agad in your first try. It's always an experiment. A trial and error per se. So, ayan sa. And, liitan pa natin yan. Siguro, let's make it 27. Okay. Then, pwede mo din i-picker pa yung hamburger menu. Okay, let's check the comments. Ayan. Okay, parang galit naman yun. No, ayan. Okay, next is sabi ni Aura, contact email and number. So, in here, pwede natin itong ilagay. So, ang question ko is, should we also include the title, connect with us, in the mobile version?
Yes po.
Yes, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, ayan. We're going to migrate everything or convert everything from browser to mobile. Ayan, copy paste mo lang and then you can adjust it na lang. Okay? So, ayan. Excited na akong makita yung output ng iba. Nag-enjoy po ba yung mga kasama natin sa Figma? Ay, yes pala. Sabi niya. Ayan, okay. And then, liitan lang natin. Ayan. Okay, di ba? Hindi proportionate. So, ayan. Ano doon? Shift, control, shift. Okay. So, syempre magkakadikit. I-adjust natin yan. Okay. Ayan. Okay. Ayan. Okay, di ba masyadong mahaba? Okay. Ayan. Okay. Ano pa guys? Let's go back here. Ano pa yung pwede natin ilagay?
May nag-answer po kanina dito sa comment section. Sabi po is contact number, contact information po. Contact email and number.
Number. Ayan. So, for this example, since wala tayong number, di natin muna siya ilalagay. Okay, what else? Sabi ni Eric John, I think was okay without the box. Okay, ayan. Let's consider that. Anything else? What do you think pa guys? Button. Ayan. What type of button? Ayan. Let's be more specific. What type of button are we going to include?
Ayan, paki-unmute po ng ating mga mic.
Ayan, okay lang yan. So sa button, meron kasi tayong dalawang button. If you're going to observe, you have here the login button and the submit button. Email button or send button. Ayan, okay. So for the button, what do you prefer guys? Is it the text or the icon? Ayan, kasi dito we're already, ayan, okay. So we already have an email, icon, text. Okay, text daw, sabi nila. Okay. Okay, so let's put here, ano yung text na ilalagay natin dito? Will it be send or email? Ayan. What type of text? Contact me. Okay. Very good. Okay, contact me. Let's extend this. Ayan. Okay, all right. Anything else? Malapit na tayo and I'm excited to see the outputs of everyone participating. Ayan, surprise. Isa-isay natin yan later. And i-explain nila kung bakit. O, di ba nabigla sila? Pero i-explain nila kung ba't yun yung nilagay nila. Okay, anything else, guys? May kulang pa ba or is this okay? What do you think? Let's see the chat. May mga chat ba?
Footer daw po, sabi ni GDS UPS TV.
Okay, footer. Okay, let's put the footer. Going back to the question kanina, do you think it's we should still consider you all rights reserved sa footer? What do you think, guys? Sa mobile version, ano yung observation nyo?
Sabi po ni Ara, yes. Sabi naman po ni Eric John Villarreal, I think not since magiging scrollable naman kapag mobile.
Yes, that's true. Yes, great observation. Commonly, we don't include all rights reserved at the bottom. Ayan, okay. Great, okay. So what else, guys? Is this okay? I think there's still something we can improve from this design. What else? So let's have an overview. Ano pa? Go lang, guys. Ano pa? Nagkakagulo na sila sa paligid. Okay, ano pa pwede natin i-add? If aside from UX, in a UI perspective, is this a good design? So, di ba we have differentiated the difference of UX and UI? When you're going to look at the screen, at this phone screen, do you think it's a good UI design? Why or why not? Ayan, there's no wrong answers, guys. Ayan, I'll help you. What are your guesses?
Ayan, kahit yung mga nasa Facebook Live natin, pwedeng mag-participate.
Okay. So, kayo guys, Jaira and Ian, ano sa tingin niyo? Ako naghihintay tayo sa to. Yes lang. Yes or no?
What was your question again po, ma'am?
Kung if this is a good UI design.
I think po yes na po. Pero
Why?
parang ano po kasi medyo kulang po yung informations dito sa bandang baba. So parang masyadong malaki yung space na walang nakasulat.
Ayan,
Parang
very
medyo
good.
plain po.
Yes. Okay. Sabi din ni Ferdinand, malaki yung white space. So that is the term white space. Yes. So sabi ni Eric, pwede daw include yung feedback form. So that's what we're going to do. Ayan, lagay natin ang feedback form. Okay. Ayan, very good guys. Ayan, ano lang natin to. Okay, di ba masyadong malaki. So, oops. Ayan. Okay. Move natin ito. Very okay, ayan. Okay pa ba yung mga tao dyan? Mga participants natin?
Ayan, sabi po ni Ian Ramirez, I think medyo may kulang kasi yung address ang nakalagay mismo. Mas okay kung abbreviation or user or something na mas madali intindihin.
Ayan, very good observation, Ian. Okay. Address, abbreviation, or user. Okay. Anything else, guys? Ayan. Look lang natin yung spacing. And the input. Ayan. What else, guys? Ayan. So if you're ever, if nag-worry kayo sa alignment or sa pag-position, a good thing about Figma is meron tayong, what do you call this? Meron tayong guides or meron tayong, let me go to the frame. Meron tayong layout grid. So, and here, ayan, no, para makita niyo yung positioning ng design mo, you can customize this grid. Ayan. So, you can have different sizes. For example, for may iba ba? Ay, nasa iba ata yung layout. Ayan, naka-all pala siya. Ayan, ayan. No? They're using grids right now. Ayan, very good. Okay. So, are we all satisfied here or may need pa improve? In terms of consistency, meron ba kayong napapansin na need improve in terms of consistency pagdating sa mga sizes? Ayan, let's check. What do you think? Is this okay? Ayan na, nag-uusap na sila. Huwag na nating ilipat yung picture, sabi ni Mark. Okay. Sabi ni Ferdinand, di pantay yung line ng margin sa left at right side. Malaking line. Ayan, very good observation, Ferdinand. Ayan, left and right side, malaking line. Is it this one? Ayan. Okay. Now, malaking line. Okay. So, ano yung sabi ni Julia, center po siguro yung button sa baba ng form. Ayan. So, as you can see, there are different preferences of a user. So, some people may prefer our buttons to be at the center or commonly at the side. So, para may consistency, nilalagay sa gitna kasi sa viewpoint natin, everything is aligned in the center. Ayan. So, pwede din dito, naka-full or may space. Ayan. Okay? Very good, guys. So, yan, ayusin lang natin. Okay. Hindi pa rin pantay, no? Ayusin natin. Very good. Okay. So, I think it's time for us to, napalaki na yung iPhone natin. May scroll pa, ang effort. Okay. So, I think it's time to check ang output ng ating participants. So, sabi ni Julia, tapos po user or message could be light gray in the box. Yeah, oo. We have to also consider the theme. Okay, so let me ask John and Giselle to unmute their mics and can you kindly describe us yung naging output nyo? It's okay if hindi pa tapos. And let this explain nyo lang kung ba't naging ganito yung process nyo for the mobile version. And John and Giselle. Hello? Ayan. Feel free to unmute lang. Ayan. Or you can chat. Ayan. Let me know lang, guys. Oh, nawala na. Nasa na sila? Ayan. Hello. Sino is this, John?
Yes po.
Okay. Okay, John. Can you explain to us yung naging process nyo and experience with your mobile design?
Yung sa amin po, mas pinili namin na mag-scroll pababa kaysa horizontal since mostly yung mga ginagamit ngayon sa web-based, scroll siya vertically, hindi horizontally. Kasi based dun sa research, mas prefer ng mga users yung vertical scroll kaysa dun sa horizontal. Then gumawa kami ng hamburger menu para dun sa login, mga ganun po. Pero hindi pa siya tapos. Tas yung
Okay.
sinenter na lang namin lahat ng mga text para mas readable siya. Yun lang po.
Okay, very good, John. So, yun guys is iba pa kasi yung UX research na tinatawag natin. It's very good na their team considered it na ang ano daw sa research is yung vertical scrolling. Okay, thank you. Team homepage, ayan. Pwede nyo ituloy yan if you want to finish it. Now, let's move on to team blogs. Ayan. Si Marigold. Nasaan yung partner mo, Marigold? Si Roland ba? Ayan, gumagala si Roland. Ayan, Marigold, how about you? Can you explain to us your blogs page? Ano lang si Marigold? Are you there? Yan, hello?
Yes.
Ayan.
I use the F style po na layout. I think yung parang nasa left align po yung mga text. And then I still use the orange color para ma-incorporate pa rin yung button na login kahit na nakatago sa sa hamburger menu.
Okay.
And then for the message, nilagay ko na lang din yung yun. Ano lang, parang simple lang kasi yun nasa website. So, to put it sa mobile, parang hindi siya as hard as the other pages po.
Okay. And how about itong part na
yung
to?
ellipses. Ano lang,
Yes.
parang pang break lang din po ng sa makikita nung for inputting, 'di ba? Yung kung anong input ng tao tapos para after ng ellipses, parang pwede nila makita yung other submissions din. Parang
Okay.
breaking the page din.
Okay, thank you, Marigold. Ayan. So we have learned something new din, no, from our participant. Isang pinalo niya is yung F style. Ayan. Thank you, Marigold. Ayan. Next. Ayan na. Kinakabahan sila. Next is the frequently. Wow. Okay, this is nice. So for the frequently asked questions group, who would like to explain?
Hello po.
Hello. Is this Ayan. Hello.
Hello po. Sa facts po, sa upper part, nilagyan ko po ng hamburger menu. And then, yung title, kinumplete ko na lang po yung meaning ng facts. And then, yung mga title po ng kung tungkol saan yung facts. And po, pag hindi nila hinover, ganito yung itsura niya. So, tapos kapag i-click po, tsaka lang lalabas yung details para kasi po kapag nilagay ko po lahat yung details, parang naka-display lahat yung details, parang overwhelming po yung information. So pag ganito po, yung makikita lang nila is yung talagang gusto nilang malaman na information po. Ayun lang po.
Okay, very good, Jane. And how about this one?
Yung button po sa baba. Ito po yung yung button sa cellphone, yung back.
Control buttons. Ayan.
Opo.
Okay, very good. Okay, next group. Ayan. Okay, how about the community group? We have here si Mark. Hi, Mark. Diba napasabak sila para tuloy sila nasa online class, may reporting. Ayan, hello Mark. Nandiyan ka ba?
Hello po.
Hello, ayan.
Yes. So ito pong aming community page po nitong ating is yan, parang gano'n lang din po katulad din po dun sa website. Dito po kasi dun sa mapansin niyo po dun sa website, meron po tayong yung navigation po dun sa ibang dun sa iba pong page kanina ng Fox. Kaya naglagay po kami ng hamburger menu po dito sa gilid para pa-navigate po dun sa ibang Tapos, yung community po na title is nasa gitna po. Tapos yung pinaka-tagline kumbaga. Tapos ito po yung placeholder po ng text kung saan nilalagay po ng mga user po yung kanilang kanilang thoughts po about dun sa app. Tapos i-click lang po nila yung post dito po. Tapos ito po yung example lang po ng mga work in progress po. Ito po yung sample ng mga post po nila. Yan, tapos meron po yung opportunity na mag-comment and share po nung particular post po ng Tapos naglagay po kami sa ilalim nung ayun kanina naman po. Naglagay din po pala kami sa taas nung time, date, gaya sa kabilang.
Ayan.
Yan, tapos yung
Okay.
sa ilalim lang po, yung parang navigation lang po sa iba pong pages ng post kasi mas pinili po namin ng ganito para parang dito, yung page 2 of 5. Move lang po ng
Instead na vertical, horizontal.
Apo.
Okay, ayan. Very good. Sige, continue nyo lang yan. Thank you. Ayan. Next group. Ayan. Next group is for the contact tayo. Yan, tapos na tayo dyan. Ayan. Okay, ano nangyari dito? Let's move on to sign up group. Aba, ang galing May keyboard pa. Okay. Let's go to the team of sign up. Sino dito? Jesper?
Yes po.
Hello.
Dito po sa hello po.
Hello, ayan.
Dito po sa sign up, ginawa ko po is parang simple lang po kung ano yung mga visual po natin yung kita. Ayan po, nilagay ko po yung name and username, password and confirm password po. So, yun po, medyo lang po, nagkakalipot pa po sa ibang mga pwede pa pong ilagay. So, kung may ilalagay po, try ko pa po.
Okay, wait. Ayusin lang natin to. Thank you. Okay, so one thing then to consider, guys, when recreating or improving something, diba, that's already existing, is yung consistency, yung theme. So, diba sabi mo, nahihirapan ka kung ano to yung i-add dito. If you're going to observe here sa ating web version, nandito na yung need mo ilagay. And if may question ako sa inyo, guys, ano meaning pag may asterisk ang isang field? What does it mean pag may asterisk? Okay, let's see the comments. Ayan, John says required. Ayan, very good. So if you're going to observe here, you only have included name, username, password, confirm password, and meron ditong required field na hindi mo nalagay, which is ano sa tingin mo yun? Ayan, ano yung hindi mo nalagay? Let's check. Ano? What do you think? Ayan. Okay, so ang answer doon is yung email, tsaka, ayan, levels run. So, ayan. Pero this is, although nakita ko na nag-effort kang maglagay ng keyboard, ayan, very good. And then, you have also added a back button, which is really common in the design. Ayan, thank you, Jesper. Ayan. And also, ito pwede pa i-improve, diba, with the theme. Although we're using templates, which is it's okay. And then also yung spacing. Ayan, okay. And syempre, you have to consider then yung small details, guys. So kung ma-observe nyo, ay nawala yung logo. So kung ma-observe nyo dito, for example, naka-center yung logo sa circle. So yun yung need natin i-improve. Okay? So ayan. Okay. Ayan, very good. And then also yung consistency sa color. Okay, all right. Thank you, Jesper. Ayan. Moving on to the last group. Ayan, patapos na tayo. Ayan, si Eugene. Hi, Eugene. Hello. Let's see, Eugene. Wala po mic. Siya ba yun? Okay, you can chat it then, guys, if you want to explain. Sino ba ka-pair? Magka-pair ba kayo? Ayan. Okay, so feel free to chat. Ayan, yung naging process nyo dito sa login. Okay. So while waiting, ayan, nilagay ko lang din po yung login info and yung validation. Okay. And then, ayan, nakikita ko dito may overlapping. Oo, ayan, may edu guide sa likod. Tama ba? Ayan, na-overlap. Okay. Na-duplicate. And then, ayan, very good. Okay. So, kung ma-observe nyo, iniba nila yung theme, which is okay. Log in. Don't have an account yet. Sign up here. Okay. All right. So, very good, guys. And may natutunan din tayo from our participants themselves. And so far, so overall, let's ask them, how was your experience in terms of, ayan, paano ko, hindi pa rin sila tawas, nag-enjoy sila. So overall, how is your experience sketching wireframes using Figma?
Patay mo nga yung ilaw, ate.
Ayan. So how was your experience, guys? Ayan. Feel free to chat, unmute. Ayan. Go lang. Kamusta? Nag-enjoy pa ata sila. Ayan, chat lang kayo, guys. Sa participants, how's your experience? Ayan. Hello. Okay po ba kayo dyan? Busy pa sila. So for our participants, what do you think of using Figma in terms of user experience? Ayan. Walang wrong answers, guys. Ayan, what do you think? Anyone? Sabi ni Claridel, mas madali po mag-design ng website. Ayan, that's true. How about the others? Let's hear from 5 more people. Ayan, madami tayo, guys. Ayan. Okay. Sabi ni Mondrian, hindi pa sa ulo yung ibang features po. Kapakapa lang. Gamit ko po kasi Adobe XD dati for wireframe. Ayan. Pero nadalian ka naman ba or mas nahirapan? What do you think? Having an experience from Adobe XD, ayan. How about the others? Let's ask our participants sa Figma. How about Marigold? How's your experience? Ayan. Sabi ni Mark, madali lang po siya gamitin kapag nasanay ka na kung saan nakalagay yung features. Yes. And how about Marigold? Carthlane? Ayan. How about our other participants? Jane, Eugene, John, Mark, Roland, ayan, and Anonymous. Sabi ni John, madali gamitin compare sa ibang design software tool at madali lang maghanap ng icons sa community. Ayan. How about the others? Okay. Let's hear from 2 more people. Ayan. Feel free to chat lang, guys. And also for our Facebook Live viewers, from your observation, in terms of user experience, what do you think is in terms of ease of use? Madali ba siya gamitin or mukhang overwhelming? Ayan. 2 more. Ayan. Especially from our Figma participants. Ayan, nag-enjoy pa sila. Oh. And how about the others? Ayan. Anything else, guys, you'd like to add? Impressions? Sabi ni Kevin, mabilis kasi may sabay nagawa. Ayan. Kasi collaboration talaga is definitely important when creating a product. Ayan. And communication. So magandang may chat tool ang Figma. Okay, last one. Sabi ni Gian Nangapapa. Ayan. Ayan, thank you. Ayan, madaming sabi ni Roland, madali siya gamitin for teams when doing designs and product designs. Then may voice chat and chat box pa siya. Ayan. Sabi ni Jane, madali lang po gamitin. Very helpful po yung mga plugins, icons. Mas maganda rin po yung nakikita mo yung designs at once. Sabi ni Jasper, and enjoy. And if nasanay ka kung saan lalagay yung ibang icons, madali na lang mahanap. Ayan. So, ito na nga yung promotion, konti promotion. Ayan. Ito yung, if you want to have an overview on para mas ma-utilize pa yung Figma, I have a video on my YouTube channel to inisa-isa ko yung features. And also, pinakita ko din yung shortcuts para mas madali niyo pa magamit ang Figma. Ayan. Thank you guys for your time and for your active participation. Ayan, balik lang ako sa aking presentation. Okay. Ayan. Wait lang. Okay. So ayan, thank you so much guys. You can, if you want more of my tutorials and recordings of my talk, I have it on my YouTube channel, Atcha Abe. Ayan, pwede po manghingi ng link. Yes, wait. Ibibigay ng team yung link para ma-check mo din after this talk yung ating design board. And then I am also on LinkedIn if you want to connect with me. I'm also on Facebook, Facebook page, Atcha Abe. I also share mga different tech talks from other speakers from our industry leaders if you want to learn more about UX or mga technical architecture, design sprint pitching, and also I'm on Instagram and on GitHub. And if you want to see of my mga projects ko doon, mga responsive design, UI, ayan. You're welcome. Ayan. And I'm also highly encouraging you kasi as a content creator, most of the content that I do is purely based on research. But if you want a more professional advice or if you want to learn more about UX, I highly suggest you to join UX organizations. So we have a UX organization in the Philippines called UXPH. Nandiyan talaga yung mga batakan pagdating sa UX. And also you can join their Facebook group UXPH, and they also have a community called UI UX Philippines. Ayan. And ito yung mga references ko if you want to search more guys. So Medium is a great resource. So again, sa ating examples, so si D. Ascarano, she is a 12-year senior product designer, and you can also learn more about the details of the UX design process from Alex Palmer. And of course, a good resource is freecodecamp.org. Ayan. And ayun guys, that ends my presentation. Thank you for your time. Ayan.
Again, thank you so much, Miss Athena, for taking time off your busy schedule to join us today.
Now, if anyone has any questions, I'm sure Miss Athena Atcha Abe would be pleased to answer them. So our social media managers will provide the link in the comment section. Then you can submit your concerns and questions. But for now, we will play a short minute video co-presented with Murata and Expedite bago namin basahin ang inyong mga concerns and questions. So for now, sit back and relax.
Filipino love is all around the world. Because our care is limitless. Send out valuable items with love. Showcase your gratitude with our beloved in abroad. Wherever you are. Because sending out your item has never been easy. With Expedite, you can now send gift back to your immigrant family. Just like how they do it all the time.
For the love of Filipinos family and OFW.
Make your international passerby simple, faster, and safer.
Alright, gising pa ba? Isang hep-hep sa mga nakikinig at isang hooray naman sa mga nakakain at nagmimerienda na behind their cameras. Ayan, hep-hep daw, sabi ni Angel. Hep-hep, sabi ni Roland. Hooray naman, sabi ni di natin kita yung pangalan. Hooray, sabi ni Jesper. Ibig sabihin, nakain na siya. Ayan, hooray, sabi ni Mondrian Aura. Ayan. O, diba? Enjoy your snack lang, guys. At konting shake, shake, shake para ma-refresh ang inyong mga sarili. So, let's continue. Using the Slido, we provided the link sa comment section. All you have to do is to click the link and submit your questions kung may clarifications ba kayo or concerns that you want to be addressed by our guest speaker. So, babasahin namin ni partner ang inyong mga questions at sasagutin naman ito ng ating guest speaker. So, may we call on and give the virtual floor to Miss Athena to answer some question. The first question would be, when applying for jobs or internships related to UI or UX, is there something in particular that employers are looking for in our portfolio?
So first and foremost, since I am not I'm more lenient to the developer side of things. But from what I can observe sa mga colleagues ko na mga designers na tinitignan in terms of the portfolio is of course your personal and your personal projects, passion projects, or yung mga projects na nagawa nyo for clients, your different designs, and kung a good thing a good thing na you can do is to categorize it, may it be yung mga web designs nyo, mobile designs, so and also a brief description nung context nung inyong UI or UX project. And important thing before I forgot is yung mga technologies or tools used. Kasi in UX UI, di ba, madami dyan, you have Figma, you have Sketch, Adobe XD. Ayan, yun yung most important thing na pwede mo ilagay when you're applying to jobs or internships is the tools. Kasi most job descriptions, yun yung pinakauna na tinitignan nila, and also the years of experience of the tools that you are using for your design projects. Ayan.
For the next question po, in terms of typography, what do you think is the suitable font? Roboto, Open Sans, Ubuntu, etc.
Ayan, commonly what I would recommend is Roboto and Montserrat. So kanina sa design natin, I used Ruda. Yun naman, you can also try that Ruda font.
Next question, is it necessary to have a knowledge on programming to become a UI or UX designer?
No, but if it's better if you also have a background, especially if you want to pursue a full stack role, pero medyo mabigatin na ata yun. But if you want to only focus as a designer, you don't have to have a background knowledge in programming, kasi programming focuses more on the development aspect of creating your product.
The next one would be, do you recommend learning both mobile and web design in terms of UI or UX?
Yes, I definitely do recommend it kasi 'di ba as what you have observed kanina, ibang-iba yung iba-iba yung interface ng web versus mobile. And it doesn't necessarily mean na if as kumari as a developer, kung pagagawin mong responsive, iba pa rin yung magiging layout ng mobile version compared sa web design.
The next question po, what are the industry standard software or websites that are commonly used in the professional field of UI or UX design?
I'm not really technically sure of the industry standard per se, but what I can recommend to you guys is to utilize the plugins at most. Ayan, Figma, and also discover and explore yung different tools aside from Figma. And then, ang commonly na ginagamit ko kasi pag nagde-design ako yung mga Unsplash, yan, Able, mahalaga yung Able, and yung mga pixels, mga non-royalty free websites na pwede nyo gamitin para makapag-display ng mga placeholders, ganyan. But other than that, yun yung ma-recommend ko talaga for now. And if again, as I have mentioned, if you want, you can also join yung UXPH para mas makapaghingi pa kayo ng advice.
Next question po. If a client wants something that does not follow UI or UX guidelines, do we try to revise their design to follow UI or UX guidelines, or should we proceed with theirs?
So, di ba meron kasing W3C accessibility guidelines. So, yun naman that focuses on the accessibility of the website. To answer the question, you as a UX designer professional, alam mo yung mga guidelines and standardization. So, what you can do is you can inform them about it na kasi di ba you as a professional know what's best for the product for para ma-improve or maging efficient yung product na gagawin nyo along with your client. So it's not always hindi laging yung sa kanila masusunod per se, pero ang parang advice ko dito is you can suggest or recommend na ito yung what works best kasi at the end of the day you know what you're doing syempre as a UX designer. So hindi naman sa kinokontra, but you can do recommendations or you can give them options where to choose from, which fits best. And 'di ba, as we can recall, hindi client kasi 'di ba, it's at the end of the day it's the user. At the end of the day our goal is to identify the needs of the user but not of the client. So it's always identify what works best for the user themselves. Yun lagi.
Next question po, in the EduGuide website po, what are the programming frameworks and tools that you used in creating it?
Ayan, so ang ginamit namin dyan, we used React.js for the front end and Node.js for the back end. Ayan.
The next question po, what are the things you wish you knew when you're still learning UI or UX design?
So I think the things that I wish I knew while learning UI and UX design is yung principles. Kasi when you're learning something, it's always best to learn the fundamentals rather than going agad sa advanced level of learning. Kasi we're always excited to go in advance, diba? And it's definitely overwhelming, diba? Nakita niyo yung Figma, ang daming features. So when learning UI UX, syempre as a beginner it's overwhelming. But if you have the patience and naaralin yung fundamentals, that's the right thing to go and to start, is to start from the basics. Matagal, oo, I know we all want something instant agad na meron na agad product, but diba, we always have to go by the principles to make an effective product. So yun siya.
For the last question po, ano ang pinaka-suggested na font size for mobile app and web app?
So, for me, I think ang font size, depende pa to, will it be a header or a paragraph? So, commonly, ang observation ko dito, it's either 12 to 14 if it's in a paragraph. Again, with accessibility, this is also dependent on the type of user. For example, elderly, diba, they prefer larger font sizes. So, it depends on the target user. will it be? Pero ang suggested is, ayan, 12, 14. Pero if you're going to go for an older audience, larger size than that.
I guess that would be the end of our Q&A session. Now, as a token of our appreciation for her time and her valuable contribution, allow me to present the certification of recognition to our guest speaker. Google Developer Student Club's PUP Santo Tomas branch presents the certificate of appreciation to Ms. Athena Atcha Abe in deep appreciation of her invaluable time and expertise shared as a guest speaker during our event entitled 2022 Solution Challenge Info Session and Solution Design Day, held virtually on February 1 and 4 via Zoom and Facebook Live.
Again, may I request everyone to open their cameras for photo ops with our guest speaker to be led by our creatives department.
Hi guys, ayan nakita ko na yung maganda at gwapo niyong mukha. Hello.
Hi everyone. Ready na po? So yung first ano muna ha. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Wait lang po. Okay, isa pa po. Yung next naman po. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Ang dami nila iyan. Buong barangay kasama. Sunod po. Next slide po. 1, 2, 3. Next po. 1, 2, 3. Last slide na po. 1, 2, 3. Okay na po. Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you po. Ayan, again, thank you so much to all our guest speakers for taking time off your busy schedule to join us today. So a little reminder before we proceed, please provide the feedback on this session by completing this evaluation form. Our social media managers provided the link in the comment section. E-certificates will be provided to all the participants who have answered the evaluation form. Again, ang makakapagsagot lang po sa evaluation form ang mabibigyan po ng e-certificate. So don't forget to provide the feedback on this session.
Also, GDSC PUPSTV in partnership with Expedite, we will give a 50% off to the first 30 persons na makakapagpasabay from the audience sa kanilang immigrant family across the country. Make sure you have attended the event and like the social media pages of GDSC PUPSTV and Expedite. You can use the code capital GDSC PUPSTV, small letter X, and then capital XPD, or present the coupon upon inquiring to our Facebook page. Send your screenshot of you attending the event and screenshot of you answered form of Expedite. The discount can only be used once per person. And we would also like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Murata and Expedite. Our vision for today's event would not have become reality without the huge commitment and active contribution from our sponsors. Now, as a token of our appreciation for their time and their support in this event, allow me to present the certification of recognition to our sponsor. Google Developer Students Club PUP Santo Tomas branch present the certificate of appreciation to Philippines Manufacturing Company of Murata Incorporation for being an active sponsor during our event entitled 2022 Solution Challenge Info Session and Solution Design Day, held virtually on February 1 and 4 via Zoom and Facebook Live.
Also, as a token of our appreciation for their time and their support in this event, allow me to present the certification of recognition to our sponsor. Google Developer Student Club's PUP Santo Tomas branch presents this certificate of appreciation to Expedite for being an active sponsor during our event entitled 2022 Solution Challenge Info Session and Solution Design Day held virtually on February 1 and 4 via Zoom.
We encourage everyone to join us on Solution Challenge. The mission of the 2022 Solution Challenge is to solve for one or more of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals using Google technology. So join us by clicking the link below provided in the comment section. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for sharing this moment with us, and for our closing remarks, let us hear it from our very own Google Developer Student Club's PUP STB Chief Finance and External Officer, Ms. Marielle Austria. Let us give her a round of applause.
Ayan, hello guys. Alam kong gustong-gusto niyo na, gusto kong sabihin na napakasipag niyong makinig at matuto. Hindi niyo kami iniwan simula nung first day pa lang. So, congratulations dahil natapos niyo itong bootcamp na ito. Alam ko na hindi niyo alam kung paano pagkakasyahin yung lahat ng informations na nakuha at natutunan niyo sa event na to. Kaya naman, you better share your knowledge sa iba na walang means para maka-attend sa ganitong klase ng event. So I also encourage everyone to look for a team para makaparticipate kayo sa ating solution challenge. And I know na we are capable of doing greater things na siguradong magbe-benefit ang ating community. So I also want to congratulate the executive of boards for making this event a success. And congratulations as well to our passionate guest speakers, Ms. Atcha Abe and Mr. Benjo Vidal. Salamat po sa mga kaalamang inyong ibinahagi. Lastly, I want to thank our sponsors, Murata and Expedite, for sponsoring this event entitled 2022 Solution Challenge and Solution and Design Day. Thank you rin sa mga participants, sa hosts, and sa GDSC PUP STB members. Again, hanggang sa ating susunod na event, see you po and God bless.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marielle Austria. And for all the winners po ng ating tumataginting na 5 at 50 pesos, kindly check your direct message here on Zoom. Nag-message na po sa inyo si Ate Kimberly. Please cooperate by sending your emails and GCash numbers po. Thank you. And moving forward, may I request everyone to open their cameras for our photo ops to be led by our creatives department. Open your cameras, guys, and show us your beautiful and handsome faces. Yan, paki-open na po ng mga camera. Last photo ops na po natin to.
Okay po. Ready na po? Okay po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Wait lang po. Okay. Yung first po na Okay, next po natin. Yung sign naman po ng GDSC. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Sorry po ang ingay. Isa pa po. 1, 2, 3. Wait lang po. Okay, next naman po. Okay. Yung sunod naman po yung number 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Smile. Ang sign po ng GDSC, ganun po ulit tayo. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yan. Thank you po. Thank you po sa inyong lahat.
Yan, thank you po. Please do follow us on our social media accounts and official websites to be updated in our future events. Google Developer Student Club's PUP Santo Tomas branch on Facebook, at GDSC PUP STB on Twitter, atchaabe on Instagram, Google Developer Student Clubs PUPSTB on LinkedIn, and Google Developer Student Clubs PUPSTB on YouTube. And if you want to be part of our team, join us by visiting our official website.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Google Developer Student Clubs PUPSTB, thank you very much for your participation and time to attend in our event entitled Solution Design Day 2. Again, before we end this session, a little reminder, please provide the feedback on this session by completing this evaluation form. Our social media managers provided the link in the comment section. E-certificates will be provided to all the participants who have answered the evaluation form. Thank you.
It's been our pleasure to host this event. We hope you learned and enjoyed the program. Stay safe and see you on our next session. I am Ian Nicole B. Canlobo.
And I am Jaira P. Apelado. Signing
Signing
off.
off.